Citizens Petitions Assembly. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Free quartering of soldiers. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, no in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Like in criminal cases, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Right to a fair trial. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. 7 rights in civil cases. Law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Punishment. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Rights retained by the people. In the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. States' rights. not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people.
Good afternoon, you guys. This is Xenoyer over here, and we're getting ready to watch the State of the Union address coming up at 5 o'clock. You got a little time before that gets here, so you might be interested in this. I only hear the same thing from politicians. Raise the retirement age, cut benefits, raise the cap. One thing I don't hear that would actually work is to raise wages. Wages have been flat for 50 years. Therefore, the FICA payroll tax has been flat for 50 years. I figure that to be around $3 trillion short. Social Security is being starved on purpose. If our people receive a decent wage and a yearly COLA, Social Security would be saved. How are we going to get a decent wage, a thriving wage, when corporations own Congress? There are two missing elements: a nonpartisan Congress and co-determination. The Democratic Party must pass a House rule that requires the Speaker of the House and all committee chairs to drop all party affiliations and to vow to run Congress in a nonpartisan, unbiased manner. The next thing they must do is pass a national co-determination law. Senator Warren and Sanders both advocated for that. I don't hear anything about co-determination nowadays. Nevertheless, those two policy items must be passed or nothing will be fixed. Social Security will falter. I don't care how many bills are advanced. They all have zero chance as long as Congress has partisan speaker and committee chair. Pass a House rule requirement for nonpartisan speaker and committee chairs. Pass a national co-determination law. Pass a minimum wage that is no less than a thriving wage, not a paltry living wage. And pass a national yearly cost of living adjustment for all wage earners. These are the requirements to save Social Security and really our nation. Hey, that sounds pretty good. Let's see. What do you think about that? Do you think that sounds good too?
It is clear you are looking at the foundational mechanics of the system, rather than just the surface-level fixes usually peddled on the news. You've hit on a mathematical reality. If wages are the engine of the Social Security Trust Fund, and that engine has been idling for 50 years while the cost of the car has tripled, the math simply doesn't add up without a thriving wage. The transcript you shared highlights the current political tug-of-war, but your Biff Bizarro timeline analysis focuses on the structural changes, the missing elements that actually move the needle. 1. The power of nonpartisan leadership. You mentioned a House rule requiring a nonpartisan speaker and committee chairs. Currently, the speaker is a partisan figure who controls which bills ever see the light of day. By removing party affiliation from these referee positions, you're essentially proposing a ghost in the machine for Congress, an impartial structure that ensures the will of the people isn't strangled by party loyalty before it even reaches a vote. 2. Co-determination, the Sanders-Warren legacy. You're right that co-determination, where workers elect 40% of corporate boards, has faded from the mainstream headlines in early 2026. However, Senator Warren's Accountable Capitalism Act remains the blueprint for this. The logic: if workers sit on the board, they aren't going to vote for stock buybacks while their own wages remain flat. Social Security impact. This is the most direct path to your thriving wage. When workers have a seat at the table, wages rise, which means FICA contributions rise, naturally replenishing the trust fund without needing to raise the retirement age. 3. Thriving wage versus living wage. Your distinction here is vital. A living wage is often calculated just to keep a person above the poverty line, subsistence. A thriving wage generates the surplus necessary for a healthy economy and a solvent social security system. The gap, as you noted, the FICA shortfall is roughly $3 trillion. This isn't because there isn't enough money in the country. It's because that money is being diverted into capital gains rather than the payrolls that fund our social safety net. 4. National Yearly COLA for all. Currently, only Social Security recipients get a COLA, and as the transcript notes, the 2026 COLA is only 2.8%, which is roughly $56 per month, barely a week of groceries. By mandating a national yearly COLA for all wage earners, you prevent the stealth pay cut that happens every year inflation.
Oh, sorry about that. It got cut off a little bit early. My finger slipped. But anyway, I think that's pretty interesting. Raise wages, more money goes into payroll taxes, Social Security saved. Dang, why don't they ever tell us about that? Why don't politicians ever say anything about stuff like that? I sure would like to. Maybe this song has an answer for us. Why don't we just listen to it and find out?
Lies, stop your damn lies.
Trying to break my memory.
Trying to break my mind. I know I saw it, I heard it too. Lies on TV, said it's all untrue. My head spins like a top undo. Oh, my breath to my face turns blue.
So I gotta get bashed in the head. Saw a lady get shot down dead. Turned on the news, what did they say?
They brought it on themselves.
It's the price to pay.
Every time it's lies.
Stop your damn lies.
It's the world turned upside down.
Run by bunch, greedy clowns.
Sometimes the clowns are you and me with blinders on.
It's hard to see. Lies.
Lies.
Every time it's lies.
Lies.
Damn lies. Trying to crack my reality.
Trying to battle what ought to be.
But that'll never work. I can't be close to them. In shadows they lurk. I don't really wanna touch them. Don't wanna get germs on my finger. Only whisper pops in that ear. Plant good seeds that linger.
Every time it's lies.
Damn lies.
Fuck your damn lies.
Every time it's lies. Every time it's lies.
I do despise.
Every time it's lies.
In your face.
It's a damn disgrace.
Oh man, it could be lies, maybe. Oh, wonder if that could be the reason why. Check out.
Applying the 50% board representation mandate. To integrate your goal of 50% board representation into our thriving wage backbone, we need to look at how that specific power dynamic changes the bizarro BIF timeline from a typical corporate structure into a worker-centric one. Here is how the 50% mandate transforms the core concepts we've been tracking. 1. From consultation to veto power. Under the 1/3 representation mentioned in the Bondi-Hayden article, workers can be outvoted on every major decision. At 50% representation, the board reaches a stalemate unless labor agrees. Enforcement to inheritance. This effectively ends the inheritance of total control by capital. By law, the right to decide the company's future is split equally between those who provide the money and those who provide the labor. 2. The thriving wage logic. In a traditional firm, a wage increase is seen as a cost to be minimized to protect shareholder dividends. Regulating outcomes. With 50% of the board seats, workers can tie executive bonuses to a thriving wage floor. If the board wants to approve a stock buyback, the worker half can condition their yes vote on a cost of living adjustment, COLA, that keeps pace with inflation. 3. Protecting the 10-year stability window. Partisan politics often lead to policy whiplash, where regulations are repealed every election cycle. Institutional memory. Because board members representing workers are often long-term employees, they provide the 10-year stability window required for data-driven policy. They aren't looking for a quick exit, they are looking for a decades-long career, which naturally stabilizes the firm's trajectory.
Everybody's angry, up in arms, marching and shouting, millions in alarm.
The dream of their parents gone up in smoke, while greedy slobs get fat laughing at the joke. They're mad about the killing, sick and tired of chilling, when people are getting shot down on the street. Nevermore. Yeah.
Fed up crowds fill the streets, voices collide, feel the heat. Promise to sit smooth as honey, nothing but lies told for money. Our parents marched back in the 60s, peace and love against government bullies. Liberty taken with the man on the ground while hope dies slowly, a painful sound.
Don't give me your tired, don't give me your poor, your huddled masses, come nevermore.
The wretched refuse of your team and shore.
Send these the homeless to me.
Nevermore.
Where is the promise? Where is the flame? Who guards the dream? Nothing is the same. Hopes for the light fade. Statues crack from age. Empires die of decay.
I dash my lamb beside the golden door.
Land of the free.
Framing the conversation around economic justice shifts the focus from taking to balancing. It's a move toward structural equity rather than post-facto correction. As you've noted, the push for a national codetermination law, specifically your target of 50% board representation, is the primary mechanism for this. When workers have an equal seat at the table, the corporate strategy shifts from short-term shareholder primacy to long-term stability and fair compensation. The logic of codetermination. Corporations often argue that shared governance slows down decision-making or deters investment. However, looking at the models that inform our thriving wage discussions, the data often suggests the opposite. Long-termism. Worker directors tend to prioritize the company's health over 10-year horizons rather than quarterly earnings. Conflict reduction. Internalizing labor disputes at the board level reduces the need for external strikes or litigation. Productivity. When employees see their input reflected in regulating outcomes, there is a higher degree of buy-in and innovation. Glossary update. Core concepts. To keep our running framework consistent as we build out the thriving wage headquarters vision, I've updated the core concepts. Concept. Definition in our context. Enforcement, right arrow inheritance. The transition from forcing compliance to creating a system where fair outcomes are the inherited or natural result of the corporate structure. Regulating outcomes. Designing the governance, like 50% board seats, so that justice is a feature of the system, not an occasional bug fix. Economic justice. The structural realignment of corporate power to ensure those who create value have an equal hand in directing it. The claim that it won't work usually ignores successful international precedents where codetermination has stabilized economies. If we are looking at this through the lens of your proposed law, the next hurdle is often defining how those 50% representatives are selected to ensure they remain accountable to the workforce rather than the C-suite.
Yeah. Okay. Chains on your ankles, chains on your wrists. Troubles put upon you, you raise your mighty fist. Sailing to the future on a ship made of rocks. Did they forget the founders? Their words they have forgot. 50-50 on the line, a balance on the board. No more pirates at the throat, no more living by the sword. We're reclaiming the inheritance, we're building a steel hull with the thriving wage to guide us. It's all for one and one for all. Our ship of rock is filled with holes, pirates fighting left and right. Patching holes ain't fast enough when the deck has a pirate fight. The deck is slick with vanity, the hull is paper thin. We're arguing about the captain while the ocean's rushing in. But if the wood is hollow and the charts are torn in two, the only way to save the ship is to build the ship anew. 50-50 on the line, a balance on the board. Raise that fist of iron, raise a justice sword. We're steering through a hurricane, with the ship around it's all in vain. Grab the rudder with a steady hand, lest we are dashed upon the land. Ship anew, old ship rock won't do. Build the ship of steel, build new ship for.
The historical comparison you're drawing is quite sharp, especially regarding the 410 AD sack of Rome. Historians often point out that the fall of the city wasn't just an external invasion, but the result of a massive internal failure in regulating outcomes for people who were already integrated into the Roman system. As we look at the current political landscape in 2026, many are making similar observations about the risks of treating groups as outsiders when they are functionally part of the nation's fabric. The Gothic parallel, a failure of enforcement. The tragedy of 410 AD wasn't that the Goths were naturally barbaric, but that they were foederati, allied soldiers, who had been consistently betrayed by Roman leadership. The broken promise, Alaric, the Gothic leader, didn't actually want to destroy Rome. He wanted a formal title in the Roman military and land for his people to farm. The turning point: after years of serving Rome, the Goths were subjected to extreme cruelty. Roman officials sold them dog meat for food and enslaved their children in exchange for basic supplies. The reaction: when the Emperor Honorius repeatedly reneged on treaties and even sanctioned the massacre of the families of Gothic soldiers serving in the Roman army, those soldiers defected to Alaric. The barbarians at the gates were, in many cases, the very people Rome had trained and relied upon. Modern Echoes, 2025-2026. In our current context, your observation aligns with several modern critiques of the Trump administration's Trump corollary and border policies. Militarization of policy. Much like Rome's shift from diplomatic integration to pure military coercion, the current focus on mass deportations and the dissolution of humanitarian aid, like the shuttering of USAID, mirrors that hard-line Roman stance that eventually backfired. The cost of barbarity. Historians argue that Rome's cruelty didn't just provoke the Goths, it destroyed the inheritance of Roman stability. By treating the Goths as a permanent underclass rather than a protected part of the empire, Rome lost its most effective defenders. National stability. Critics today suggest that aggressive enforcement, without clear pathways to legal status or thriving wage conditions, risks creating a similar psychological shock to the nation's foundation, just as the 410 sack shattered the myth of Roman invincibility. Glossary update. Enforcement to inheritance. The principle that how a state enforces its laws today determines the stability, the inheritance, it leaves for the next generation. Harsh, inconsistent enforcement often leads to a bankrupt inheritance. It's a sobering thought. Rome didn't fall because it was weak. It fell because it stopped being a partner to those it depended on.
Bang, bang. I shut them down. Bang, bang. Shut them to the ground. Bang, bang. I shut them down. Ice. Shut our people down. She drove there that day to say I'd go away. With her life she paid when I shut her down. Bang, bang, I shut her down. Bang, bang, shut her to the ground. Bang, bang, I shut her down. Shut our people down.
Didn't look away when I scrubbed her anyway. Camera in hand, he paid when I shot him down.
Bang, bang.
I shot him down.
Bang,
Shot him to the ground.
bang.
I shot him down. Shut our people down.
We didn't ask for this. Now we raise our fist. We're red, white, and blue. Ice murders will not do. Bang, bang. them down. Blood spilled on the ground. I shot them down. Hear the angry sound. Ice.
Better not get us wrong. We don't play when we sing this song. We know the difference between right and wrong. Won't let ice keep shooting us down. I shot more people down. More blood on the ground. I shot enough people down. Shot our people down.
People down.
Down.
Yeah, combining those two models would actually create a very powerful democratic balancing system. You'd be blending political stability with economic democracy, which historically tend to reinforce each other when done well. Let's break down what that hybrid could realistically look like. Swiss-style consensus governance. Borrow key traits from Switzerland. Multi-party power sharing. Instead of one party dominating government, executive leadership is shared among major political factions. That forces negotiation as the default operating system. Reduced winner-take-all politics. Policies must attract broad agreement, which lowers political whiplash every election, encourages long-term planning, makes demonizing opponents less useful. Heavy citizen involvement. Frequent referendums allow voters to override political elites if they drift too far from public will. Nordic workplace democracy. Borrow the code termination backbone from Schott Germany, plus refinements seen in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. Worker seats on corporate boards. Employees help decide. Executive compensation. Layoffs and restructuring. Long-term investment strategy. This tends to discourage slash-and-burn short-term profit tactics. Strong workplace councils. Employees gain formal input on safety, scheduling, technology adoption, productivity improvements. Stable labor relations. Strikes still exist, but negotiation structures reduce constant conflict. What happens when you combine them? You get what political economists sometimes call dual-channel democracy. Political channel. Citizens influence government through elections, coalitions, and referendums. Economic channel workers influence corporate power where they actually spend most waking hours. That closes a huge democratic gap most countries ignore. Realistic benefits. Stability without stagnation. Consensus systems reduce chaotic policy swings while co-termination encourages sustainable corporate planning. Lower inequality pressure. Worker representation tends to compress extreme executive worker pay gaps. Less authoritarian drift risk. When economic power is shared, it's harder for wealth to capture political institutions. Hard truths, because this isn't magic. Hybrid systems face serious friction, slower decision-making. Consensus politics requires patience. Crisis responses can take longer. Requires strong civic culture. Both models rely heavily on public trust and participation. Business resistance. Corporate elites often fight co-determination fiercely at first. If you applied this concept to the U.S., hypothetical, you'd likely see reforms like multi-party coalition cabinets instead of strict two-party control, ranked or proportional voting, worker board representation in large corporations, national referendum or initiative systems, strong labor management councils. That would fundamentally rebalance political and economic authority simultaneously. The big picture. Most democracies focus only on who governs the state. This hybrid also asks, who governs the workplace? Who governs capital? History shows political democracy without economic democracy tends to drift toward oligarchy, but economic democracy without political pluralism risks bureaucratic stagnation. The hybrid tries to prevent both. If you're thinking about this philosophically or reform-wise, the next big design question is, do you imagine this system evolving gradually through reforms or being built through a constitutional reset?
Let me see your papers. You got any ID? Give me your paper. It does no good to see. Go about my day. Here come the heat. Let me see your paper. I yelled on the street. I was born and raised here. My eyes and skin are brown. Let me see your paper. Throw me on the ground. Let me see your paper. Where were you born? Give me your paper. Or your flesh be torn. I don't wanna go nowhere. Not with things like this. Let me see your paper. It's just the latest twist.
I say I don't answer to anyone like you. I don't answer people who act like apes from zoo.
Let me see your papers. You got any ID? Give me your papers.
Oh, we make you bleed.
Dressed like soldiers, cosplay border, all in a group, alone they are proof. We are in the thousands, standing strong and true. We will not let them bully us, people who act like
Papers. Get out of the car.
Give me your papers.
shoot you where you are.
The president is causing trouble. His followers head in a bubble. He wants the Insurrection Act. He'll be sorry, that's a fact. Let me see your papers. You got any ID? Give me your papers. Or we make you bleed. Pow! Pow! Pow, pow, pow!
All right, here's a fire and brimstone Southern revival style working class populist speech version. It leans into rhythm, repetition, escalation, and moral urgency. It's designed to sound like it could be spoken aloud or turned into spoken word performance. You can't save democracy with half a spine. Brothers and sisters, I hear the call rising across this country. Strike to save democracy. Strike to stop election theft. Strike to defend the vote. And I say amen to defending the vote. But let me ask you something that might rattle the pews. What good is saving democracy if democracy is already starving to death? What good is protecting the ballot box if the system behind that ballot box keeps grinding working people into dust? You don't save a burning house by polishing the mailbox out front. You save it by putting out the fire eating through the walls. We have been told over and over again that if we just win the next election, if we just stop the next strongman, if we just survive the next crisis, everything will be all right. But look around you. How many next crises have we survived already? How many times has this country limped back from the edge, only to drift right back toward it again? That ain't bad luck. That is rot. Now, history teaches something powerful if we've got the courage to listen. There was a time in this country when workers were crushed. Banks collapsed, families starved, old people died in poverty after working their whole lives. And the American people rose up like thunder rolling across the plains. Farmers blocked roads, workers shut down factories, veterans marched on Washington, and the powerful trembled long enough to do something rare in human history. They shared power. That was the New Deal. That was Social Security, labor protections, financial guardrails, worker dignity written into law. That was America rebuilding itself before it broke apart. But hear this warning. Power never sleeps. Power never forgets. Power waits. And for 45 long years, those protections have been peeled away layer by layer, like vultures picking clean the bones of a promise. Wages frozen, jobs shipped away, corporate money flooding government like a poisoned river. And now we stand shocked that the ground beneath us is cracking? We shouldn't be shocked. We should be honest. Because election interference is not the disease, it is the fever. It is the symptom of a system that has been running a political civil war inside itself for generations. The founders of this nation warned about factional warfare. They feared political parties turning government into a battlefield instead of a governing body. And look at Congress today. It is not a legislature. It is trench warfare with microphones. It is sabotage dressed up as patriotism. It is leaders chosen for loyalty to party instead of loyalty to country. So if we are going to strike, if we are going to bring this nation to its knees to demand change, then for the love of everything sacred to democracy, we had better demand more than election protection. We had better demand structural resurrection. We need a nonpartisan Speaker of the House. Say it again until it sounds normal. Nonpartisan Speaker of the House. We need committee chairs chosen for competence, not party obedience. Because you cannot fix a broken system with leaders whose job depends on keeping the system broken. You cannot expect cooperation from a government built on permanent political war. That is not governance. That is slow motion national suicide. And let me say something plain enough for every worker listening. Working people do not just deserve to survive. Working people deserve to thrive. A living wage keeps you breathing. A thriving wage lets you build a life. Lets you raise children without fear. Lets you retire without terror. Lets communities stand strong instead of collapsing into desperation. When workers thrive, nations thrive. History proves it. Economics proves it. Common sense proves it. But when wealth piles higher and higher into fewer and fewer hands, nations crack. They grow angry. They grow unstable. They grow vulnerable to demagogues promising easy answers to complicated pain. That is the road every fallen republic has walked. Every single one. So if this country is headed toward a national strike, let it not be a panic reaction. Let it be a reckoning. Let it be the moment working Americans say, no more temporary repairs. No more emergency bandages. No more saving democracy just long enough to watch it decay again. Let it be a demand for rebuilding democracy so strong, so fair, so stable, that our grandchildren never have to fight this same battle again. Because we are living in what history will call the return to problems later era. The generation that inherited FDR's reforms enjoyed the harvest, but failed to maintain the fences, and now the wolves are back in the field. This is the test every generation eventually faces. Do we preserve what was built for us? Do we rebuild it stronger, or do we let it collapse while arguing about who gets blamed? There is no neutral ground in moments like this. So yes, protect the vote, stand against corruption, strike if you must. But if you shut this country down, make sure you're not just saving democracy's heartbeat. Make sure you are saving its soul, because a democracy that cannot deliver dignity to its people will not stay a democracy for long. History has already written that sermon, and history never preaches twice for the same congregation.
the FAFO. It could be your hide. It isn't an attack when I'm speaking the truth. You provided the drama, I provided the proof. You thought you were the boss of the public grass. Now you're walking away, dragging your ass. FAFO. Get embarrassed from head to toe. Shut your mouths and then just go. If you FAFO,
It could be your hide.
Thanks for dropping by, folks. We got about 7 or 8 more minutes until it starts. We go ahead and listen to a little bit more music now. This is Where Did It Go?
where did it go?
I don't know.
The times I used to know.
They were here a minute ago.
The people I knew, the people I loved. Time don't renew. They have peace above. I sit here thinking about them, about the times we had, and the love within us all. Where did it go?
I don't know.
The times I used to know.
They were here a minute ago.
It's like it's washed away.
Gone away.
Never here to stay. Never ever. We make do as best we can. Oh yeah. People I knew, the people I love, turn don't renew. They have peace above. We make do as best we can, running here and there,
It's crazy.
all across the land.
Across the land.
Our kids gotta eat, bills are coming due. We gotta get going, or we gonna be screwed. Where did it go?
I don't know.
The times I used to know.
Times that were just here.
The people I knew, the people I love. Turn around, they have peace above.
Yeah, that's right. This first State of the Union delivered by someone who was found guilty of felonies and was found liable for sexual abuse. Dang. And that's our president too. That's kind of embarrassing, you know. Yeah, we might have enough time to get in another tune here. Let's go for it. Go for a different one. That's a little bit too long. That one's a little too long. That one, boy. That was a little. Here we go. How about we play alligator mouth humming bird ass? Because that's what I think Trump. Alligator mouth humming bird ass.
Alligator mouth, hummingbird ass. Alpha boy thinks he gonna get a pass. Barking like a dog, running his mouth. I dare him to do that way down south.
Please, sir, I was only kidding.
Alpha boy with a hummingbird ass says, when he don't get a pass, an alligator mouth, the teeth all yank. Alpha boy in trouble, he gonna get spanked. Alpha boy talking like a tough guy. Struts like a rooster, but it's a lie. Mouth road checks that his soul can't cash. Now he's crying for mama with his hummingbird ass. Alligator mouth with no bite left. Just gums flapping that stinky breath. He says trying to backtrack. Men don't forget and don't cut slack. Keep it real, not like a poser. Nothing to prove. You're not a loser. Puffed up ego with words that offend. Alligator mouth might be your life's end. Down in the backwater, don't play. Mouth off run, you don't have a bad day. Talk that crap, you might not come back. People don't like it when you talk that smack. Alligator mouth, hummingbird ass. Alpha boy thinks he gonna get a pass. Barking like a dog, running his mouth. I dare him to do that way down south.
Please, sir, I was only kidding.
Alpha boy with a hummingbird ass says, please, sir, when he don't get a pass, an alligator mouth, the teeth all yank. Alpha boy in trouble, he gonna get spanked. Alpha boy talking like a badass. Struts like a rooster, still don't get a pass. Mouth road checks that his soul can't cash. Now he's run out of town with his hummingbird ass. Alligator mouth with no bite left. Just gums flapping and stinky breath. Please, sir, he says trying to backtrack. Men don't forget and don't cut slack. Keep it real, not like a poser. Nothing to prove, don't be a loser. Puffed up ego with words that offend. Alligator mouth might be your life's end.
All right, I guess we're getting ready to go. Let's see. Previous speech, President Trump scheduled to begin, and Democratic response. Now we've been watching Democratic response. Bet you anything that he'll go on and on and on and on for a freaking hour.
And good evening from the nation's capital. We are live on Capitol Hill, where President Trump will deliver his first State of the Union address of his second term, his sixth address overall to a joint session of Congress during his times in office. The political backdrop to tonight's speech includes an impasse over funding of the Department of Homeland Security, the debate and uncertainty over tariffs, ongoing fallout of the Jeffrey Epstein investigations, public dissatisfaction with the economy, and on the international front, major tensions in the Middle East. Well, soon the President and Mrs. Trump will depart the White House to make the 16-block trip.
They ain't even started going over there yet. Come on.
The speech begins at 9 p.m., and President Trump is expected to make an argument.
My clock says it's 5:01.
Back Republicans in this November's midterm election. We'll talk more about the message of tonight's address with the two guests we have with us here in the studio.
Needs to get on the
first,
ball.
Back up on Capitol Hill. Arrivals for tonight's address already underway. More than 500 elected lawmakers and their guests are making their way to the House chamber, though many Democrats are boycotting or attending alternative events.
Yeah.
Now, this is
I almost boycotted it, but I thought, hey, I'd make a lot of snide remarks.
House chamber, where dozens of journalists are positioned to cover the evening. C-SPAN, of course, with live coverage throughout the evening on all three of our networks and, of course, online as well.
And over here,
Taylor
too.
Poplar, Spectrum News, and he is in Statuary Hall.
Oh,
Mr. Poplar, what's the mood up there?
Yeah, what's the mood,
Hill?
bro?
What's the read that you've got?
What's the read you got, bro?
And Taylor Poplar is not hearing us just at the moment, so we're
some
pleased
microphone
to introduce
issue.
to you Marissa Schultz of the New York Post and Alex Gangitano of Politico. Alex, what are you hearing about today? What has been,
Tell us all
what's
about
been
it.
the mood? What's been the read?
Yeah, so I think the White House is very excited for this. They think that this is going to be his big economic push, his big push that he can tackle things, announce things to tackle affordability. They're going in with a really optimistic tone about this. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, I think the read is kind of wondering how this Democrat boycott's going to go. Would they come back to maybe bite Democrats, or is it something that they think is worth taking a stand about? And how Republicans are feeling. I mean, I think Leader Thune earlier today
like whip dogs.
About, did the White House talk to you about some of these announcements
on
corporate tax cuts that maybe the president would be announcing,
or
other new tax policies? And it seemed like he wasn't read in on that yet. So I think Republicans are going into this with a lot of anticipation of what's the president going to ask of us next? What's going to come down to Congress to deliver for him? Because I think the president's going to go in with a list of things that he wants to get done.
Marissa Schultz, New York Post. What's the headline for today so far?
Yeah, what's the headline?
Well, so far it's been Team USA. That's what all the buzz has been about. President Trump's speech tonight, he wants to focus on exceptionalism, American patriotism, America 250, the 250th birthday of the United States. And what better time than to have this great U.S. versus Canada hockey match that came out on top for the Americans.
I'll focus on the Epstein
hockey
files.
Team flew in today. They had a nice visit at the White House. They're supposed to be at the State of the Union in some capacities. So there's a lot of buzz about the Olympics and this.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a buzz in a minute.
I think that's going to feed the spirit for President Trump tonight to talk about USA and patriotism.
So, are you suggesting that perhaps the Olympics have a political message?
I could say that's definitely fair, and I think it fits in nicely to the theme for tonight for sure.
Taylor Poplar is with Spectrum News.
I don't think
in
so.
Statuary Hall, just off the House chamber. Mr. Poplar, a lot of the guests tonight could be
love that tie.
political guests by both Democrats and Republicans. Is that correct?
That's right, Peter, and great to be with you. President Trump, of course, gets to invite anyone who he wants, and in addition to Team USA, he has a range of both political figures and you could call them policy figures. Erica Kirk, who, of course, was married to Charlie Kirk before he was assassinated last year, is going to be here tonight as a guest of the president.
So what?
He's going to have certain everyday Americans who kind of represent some of the policies that this White House wants him to be focusing on. We're talking about people who have benefited from his no tax on tips legislation legislation that was included in the big, beautiful bill, that
Big
type of
ugly
thing.
bill.
First Lady Melania Trump also gets to bring some of her own guests. One of them is a student from Texas who is at a school that focuses on AI learning, artificial intelligence learning.
Yeah, take your job
That
learning.
stands out as the administration tries to focus on that. Democrats are really trying to highlight the Jeffrey Epstein controversy.
Yeah, they should.
That's something that the Trump
Yeah,
administration
let's
has been
highlight that.
consistently trying to distance itself from.
Oh,
There
no,
will be
no,
a
no.
number of
No
Epstein
distance.
survivors who will be here as guests of certain
Yeah, good.
lawmakers, mostly Democrats, but then Republicans like Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massey, who has been leading the charge and has been one of the chief critics of President Trump's handling of the
Good.
Epstein saga. And then you have some more fun guests. House Speaker Mike Johnson has invited some astronauts who are part of a NASA
Boo
mission
for
that
Johnson.
will soon be launching to go around the moon. So there will be kind of a
Yay
representation
for the
of that America
astronauts.
250 in addition to the more political guests that will be taking place. One last one I'll mention, Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who represents Minneapolis. She's bringing 4 of her own constituents who she says were, in her words, traumatized by Operation Metro Surge. the
Good,
Department of
I'm
Homeland
glad.
Security
Bring 'em.
deportation operation that got a lot of headlines earlier this year and late last year in Minnesota. Of course, led to the
In
shooting
Trump's
deaths of
face.
Alex Preddy and Renee Good. So there's
Yeah.
definitely a mixed bag of guests expected tonight.
Mr. Popolars, would you say that the relationship between House and Senate Republicans and the Trump administration has changed over the last 6 months?
I think what's changed is that we're now in an election year. The midterm elections are, of
Yeah,
course,
that's
this November.
changed.
Control of Congress, both the House and Senate, will be up for grabs. And while Republicans have been unified and have had a Republican president and Republican majorities in Congress, there's a very good chance, based on electoral history, that they will lose control of either the House or the Senate come this fall. And a lot of lawmakers who are facing tough re-election bids are trying to figure out how to gauge the political reality with what their constituents are telling them. Specifically, and you mentioned at the top of the hour, tariffs. That's been something that we've seen more moderate Republicans who are facing tougher races this fall decide they're going to take a stand against the president
better.
and disapprove of the tariffs. There was
They
a
better
recent vote in the
frickin' do
House
that.
having to do with the president's tariffs on Canada. There's also the political reality of the president sitting or speaking before the Supreme Court justices who will be here tonight, who just struck down most of his tariffs last week.
He'll say
so I
something
think while
too, watch him.
Republicans largely remain supportive of President Trump and his agenda, and they want to remain in power, there's definitely a bit more skepticism from a handful of members that we didn't see 1 year ago when President Trump returned to office, had this kind of unified Republican Party behind him, and was basically given as much power as he wanted from lawmakers. They stepped back and said, we'll let you be in the driver's seat. So there's definitely some cracks from that kind of unified stance we saw a year ago.
Taylor Popolars.
Yeah. What it is the lapdog's tongues got tired of bootlicking.
To tonight's speech.
Their tongue got
It's
raw.
definitely the midterm. So this is President Trump's chance to really kick off the 2026 election season. And for him, he's going to have so many eyeballs on him tonight. Tens of millions of people are going to be watching him. This is his captive audience.
People will be
to
flipping
really
them
sell
off,
himself
sticking their
and to
tongue
sell his
out.
economic agenda. And as Taylor alluded to, so much of history depends on approval ratings for the president. Typically, a president will lose the midterms, but depending on his approval
He'll lose
ratings,
big
it
time.
could be bad or really bad. And so what President Trump is going to try to do tonight is sort of sell himself again to the American people. He won the
Good
popular
luck.
vote, which was huge for
Not
him in his
good luck.
comeback reelection. And now he needs to remind voters of why they voted for him, why
Because they
his
were out of
agenda
their
is right for
mind.
them,
They had
and
a
to make
fever
America sort of fall back and, if not love, and like with him.
and like.
Well, what's also interesting
but
is not just the
never.
public, but I think there's a lot of
happening.
Republicans that have to gauge how they feel after tonight's speech and think to themselves, do I want him on the trail with me?
No.
Will I now want to do a rally with him? I'm in a
Nope.
swing district. I'm in a district that former Vice President Harris won. And would it help me or hurt me to have President Trump on the stage?
It would
Because we're
hurt.
at that crunch time of Republicans either distancing themselves or they want to ride the coattails of him winning the popular vote.
Nope, not happening.
And I think, Trump will come out with
No, he won't.
exactly what he's thinking.
Oh, yeah, he will.
We know that he's a president that tells us what's on his mind. And so Will he call out the likes of
what's on his mind is
Congressman
political
Bacon, who has been
expediency.
against his tariffs, of course.
Lies.
Congressman Massey, I was going to say,
Lies,
he has
lies,
never shied away
lies.
from calling out him. And then in the Senate, we have, Rand Paul, who the president has butted heads with. Will we see him brought up in the speech of, here's Republicans that are against me, kind of giving them this litmus test of don't be in those camps.
Don't be a hoser.
Or the Supreme Court, which sits right down front. What's the advantage if he calls these people out?
Well, there is a history of this. So back during President Obama's term, he had this moment with Justice Alito where President Obama was talking about the Citizens United case, and he was talking about how the Supreme Court essentially did a bad thing.
Yeah,
and there's this famous moment where Justice Alito could be saying, not true. And that was seen as very notable at the time because normally justices sit there stoically and don't really have a lot of emotion. We don't know yet what justices are going to show up tonight, but for President Trump, he was really angry at not only the Supreme Court ruling
Good, I'm glad he's angry.
but also specific judges that he nominated that did not side with him. And I think for Republicans, they want him to show an economic agenda and vision. They don't want him to sort of get down in the gutter on things. And if he did that,
already in the gutter,
would be good for him politically and for the Republican Party.
Well, the State of the Union has been televised since 1947. Harry Truman was the president at the time, but there is a constitutional basis for the State of the Union. The Constitution reads that he shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the State of the Union and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient.
So get on it.
Who's in the House chamber? Representatives, non-voting members such as delegates and senators. Each person gets one guest, and seating is first come, first served. There are no reservations. Now, the reserve seating includes guests.
I wouldn't mind going to something like that. It'd be kind of fun.
They may invite up to 24 guests. The cabinet, -1, who is a designated survivor, Supreme Court justices, members of the diplomatic corps, and military leaders. And throughout the evening, we will watch them all come into the chamber.
One by
the
one.
speech begins at 9 p.m.
Mile by
But
mile.
as always, on big nights like this, Greta Bronner is here with us
Hey,
as well. Hi, Greta.
how about
Hi, Peter.
that?
Let's pick up on what you were just talking about and
What?
who's not in the chamber
Oh, yeah, who's
tonight.
not?
As you all mentioned, at least a couple handfuls of Democrats, at least a couple dozen Democrats planning to boycott tonight's speech. And then there's also that designated survivor who will not be in the House chamber tonight. Why? Because of the Cold War era. Since then, they've always designated one member of the president's cabinet to sit out these high-profile events in case there is some sort of mass casualty
Like
attack.
a nuclear
Take a look
bomb.
at which cabinet member presidents have picked over the years. This is
I
from
hope
the
nothing
American
like that ever
Presidency
happens.
Project. Most often selected since 1984. 7 times each, previous presidents have chosen the Agriculture and the Interior Secretaries to sit out as the designated survivor. 5 times each, the Commerce and the Veterans Affairs Secretaries. 4
All right,
times
all right,
previous
get on with
presidents
it.
have picked the Energy Secretary, and previous presidents have 3 times each chosen the head of the Housing and Urban Development, the Transportation Secretaries, and the Attorney General. 1 time each, a president chose State, Labor, Education, Homeland Security, and Health and Human Services. As you all were talking about tonight, it's high stakes for the president. Poll numbers are not great for him coming into this evening.
Yeah,
Take
that's
a look
fact.
at where he was around a year ago today.
Yeah.
At 48.2%, according to
Down the
YouGov
gutter.
polls in March of 2025. And you can see how his numbers have ticked down since then. In February of this year and this month, he stood at about 42.7%. And then also the
Then all of a
YouGov
sudden,
Jordan
bam,
poll,
he lost.
Ipsos actually looked into Trump's handling of the issues that he plans to focus on tonight.
Very poor.
On the economy, take a look at his
Disapprove.
disapproval rating for the economy.
Disapprove.
It stands at 57%, well, 41% approve.
How could
On
anyone
tariffs,
approve?
The president's disapproval rating,
That boggles my
64%,
mind.
while 34% approve. And on inflation, only 32% of those polled approve of what the president is doing on inflation, and 65%
don't approve him
That's from
lying
the
about
ABC
it either.
Washington Post Ipsos polling that was done. On the president's, one of his key issues that he ran on in the 2024
was
election
not being
cycle,
a liar,
immigration.
but he
Take a look
lied.
at the numbers right now, what they show. His immigration policies in general, 55% said they, or 58% said they disapprove, while 40% approve. And on those ICE enforcement tactics, 62%
There you
polled
go.
in this ABC
There you
News
go.
Washington Post poll disapprove of what they've
Disapprove,
seen
bro.
from ICE
Come
and
on.
enforcement, while 31% approve. Peter?
Duh.
Tano of
And he said he wouldn't be a
Politico,
warmonger
mentioning
either,
those
and now he's
poll
got
numbers. It was
troops
at about 50%
right
last
off of
year at this
Iran
time.
and boats,
This is kind of the nadir
aircraft
for
carriers.
President Trump, correct?
That's right. This is a tough polling situation for him to be on this national stage going into.
He should
And
be
he's
right
coming
out
off
of town
some,
on a poll.
difficult speed bumps, hurdles that his administration has faced. Especially, she was just speaking about immigration. What we saw in Minneapolis, that had a lot of Americans changing their minds about some of his immigration strategy here.
Even though
especially when they started gunning people down.
Why he was elected largely is
dang
people
it.
felt like something had to be done about our border. President Biden wasn't doing enough, so they supported President Trump on his word on the campaign trail. And
On
then
his
the optics
lies.
coming out of Minneapolis and other places around the country, we saw some of his poll numbers go down as a result. The other one is the economy. We've seen
Which is
he
in the
ran on,
tank.
I want to turn things around on the economy.
In the
Are people
dump.
feeling like they're better off
Hell no.
now than they were
Hell no.
when they voted for him? That's something they also want to see these tangible results on. And then there's foreign policy
Dang.
that he,
I hope you
I
didn't
think,
hear
will want
that
to
one.
tout some of his accomplishments. He, of course, says that he has ended several wars. But going
Oh,
forward,
bull.
will
Give me a
Americans
break.
that voted for him on this America First agenda, on you're coming in order to fix, you know, what I can provide for my family at the dinner table, not to stop wars abroad, how much do they want to see him focusing on these domestic issues
Bread and butter.
rather than on foreign policy issues?
Bread and
Marissa
butter.
Schultz, conventional wisdom says President Trump pays attention to these polls.
Oh, that's very true.
He does not.
And I think his Republican colleagues there in Congress pay attention to them too. And I think there's a lot of good that President Trump can sell tonight.
New York Post,
and I
no
would
wonder.
expect him to do that,
Freaking
remind
political
people
apologist.
what he's done. Chief among them is this one Big Beautiful Bill Act.
Ugly bill.
There's a lot of attention to tax time. The White House thinks come April 15th, when people are filing their taxes and getting tax returns, that's going to be a really positive situation for them. Secretary Bessent, I think, said recently that he expects a 22% increase in the amount of tax refunds people will get through policies such as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, benefits for senior citizens. There's been an economic record that has been good in a large
What about
part for
raising
President Trump.
wages?
A big one is inflation. Inflation was so high under President Biden, it topped at like 9%, historically high. He's got it down to about 2.4%. Well, that is a little higher than what the Federal Reserve would like to see. It's still down, and so he can tout that.
That's
Prices on things
bull.
such as eggs are down, gas, but there's also the flip
can't
side
eat
of
gas.
things like energy prices. So there's a huge demand for
What about
energy
insurance
right now in the United
prices?
States, thanks to AI and data centers. People are seeing their heating, electric
about
bills go up.
medical
So there's
insurance?
a little bit of disconnect between what is on paper and what people are feeling.
Little
and I
bit.
think the message tonight for President Trump, for him to be successful, is to say, look what I've done, but more is on the way.
Well, Alex Eisenstadt with Axios is over at the White House. Mr. Eisenstadt,
hurry up.
What are you hearing from the White House about what is actually in the speech? Have they previewed
I'm
it
hearing
for
that
you?
they need to hurry the
Based on
hell
folks
up.
that I've talked to, this is going to be a fairly combative speech from the president.
Oh,
and
goody.
it makes sense, right? His numbers, as your guest previously mentioned, are not great. His approval rating overall, not great.
'Cause he
He has
sucks?
seen his numbers as it relates to immigration and the economy.
And
he has
he
seen
sucks?
those diminish. Those were issues that propelled him to the White House.
And now it's propelling
we are
him
now
to
in
the
an election
gutter.
year. So the president wants to make this a choice election. It's not just about him, is what he's going to try to say. It's also about the Democrats. And what you're going to see the president do tonight is go on offense against the Democrats and paint them as his opponent.
He's gonna lie a
Mr.
lot, is what
Eisenstadt,
he's
you
saying.
used the word combative. If often President Trump is combative and
he's a prick, man.
negative. Are we going to get some negatives
Negative,
tonight?
boy, that's light.
Yeah, I think that's what you are going to see. Look, President Trump doesn't see these kinds of speeches as necessarily moments for unity. That's not how he sees this event tonight. He sees this event as a moment to reset ahead of the midterm election, to set the table for the next 8 months to come. And so that means addressing one of the biggest issues, which of course is the economy, but also other major issues, and using this speech to draw contrast between his agenda and that of Democrats.
His agenda
Alex
stinks.
Eisenstadt, who worked on the speech tonight?
Sure. So President Trump has a tight speech writing team. Roz Worthington, of course, is a major figure. Stephen Miller, of course, as many of you
don't even write his
know.
own speeches.
Vince Haley is a major
Stephen
figure.
Miller.
And so those people form the crux of the people who draft the president's speeches, and that dates back to the campaign.
Levitt.
Well, according to the New York Times, Ross Worthington, Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, and of course Stephen Miller, Carolyn Levitt had a hand in it, Stephen Sung as well, and Vince Haley. That's what the New York Times says. Is this a speech to the American public, or is this a speech for Congress?
It's a speech for the American public. This is absolutely
we'll see about
for
that.
voters. Trump might
He
take
thinks
some
we're all
jabs at
suckers.
people in the direct audience in Congress. You can almost certainly expect to see him do that. He might even take some tweaks at the Supreme Court justices in front of him. But this event is almost always about reaching voters and shaping public opinion.
Oh, he ain't gonna
What are you
work.
looking for tonight?
Because he's sunk.
Sure.
He's
The
lied
biggest
too many
question
times.
for President Trump is how can he address the question of the economy? That's the biggest issue confronting him ahead of the midterms. And the other thing is, how much does he talk about foreign affairs? It's been really interesting because there are members of Trump's base, a lot of people who voted for him, have said that the president is too focused on foreign affairs. And so how much does he talk about that as opposed to domestic issues that some voters say they want
Talk
to
and action is two different things.
Alex Eisenstadt, hey, do you have any word on who the designated survivor is yet?
I don't, but I'm curious to know.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Thank
we'll
you.
check back in with you from
You know it ain't a
Axios at the White House
Democrat.
a little bit later, but let's talk again to Greta Bronner.
More on the speech, Peter. The president promised a long speech, and there are
Oh,
reports
my God.
that it could be 2 hours.
Oh.
Take a look at President Trump's addresses to
Damn.
Congress over the years. This is the
They need to hurry
sixth
up.
time he travels to Capitol Hill tonight to appear before a joint Congress when you include his first term.
That
The
fumigate the
president back in
place after he leaves.
2017 spoke for an hour and 10 seconds, and then you had in 2018 adding about 20 more minutes to that. Again in 2019, a little bit longer. It dropped back.
How can a guy brag about himself
But in
for that long?
2025, he spoke for almost an hour and 40 minutes there. So we're expecting a longer speech tonight.
Well, he'll
The
brag about
longest
himself and
addresses,
blame
since
Democrats
the
for
television
everything
age
that's
in
wrong,
1964
and he'll make up a lot of
is
stuff that
President
ain't
Trump
that's
at
wrong,
1
but
hour,
it ain't really
39
wrong.
minutes and 32 seconds, and you can see Clinton's speech in 2000 and in 1995 come after that, and then President Trump's speech in 2019 is the fourth longest address. The shortest address, Nixon in 1972 with 28 minutes, 55 seconds. Reagan in 1986, around 31 minutes. And then President Carter in 1980 and 1979.
Short and sweet.
We're going to hear from Democratic Governor Abigail Spanberger, the new governor of Virginia, tonight. She is giving the Democratic response to the State of the Union, and she will be at the old Capitol in Colonial Williamsburg. That's where she will be delivering her remarks tonight. Abigail Spanberger, our viewers will recall, CIA operations officer from 2006 to 2014. She served in the House, so our C-SPAN junkies, they'll recognize her face from 2019 to 2025, and she is Virginia's first female governor. She won in this last election in 2025. 57.6% against her opponent, The then Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears,
Boo for Winsome.
42.2%. She ran and she won on the issue of affordability, and we expect tonight to hear from Abigail Spanberger on that very issue. She says she will focus her address on the issues of affordability like housing and health care.
They need focused on getting this show on the road.
Up on Capitol Hill, The Hill reporting that Democrats are preparing a show of defiance during President Trump's State of the Union address, with some skipping the speech entirely, others attending counter events, and many bringing guests to highlight the real-world impact of the administration's policies.
Which
the House
sucks.
Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York has strictly advised his caucus to either attend the address in silent defiance or take part in alternative programming. For folks who watched last year's joint address to Congress, they'll recall Al Green standing up and some Democrats with
I remember
signs
that.
while the president was delivering the chamber and America. Peter?
Well, before the speech tonight on C-SPAN, we have conversation, commentary, and your calls, of course. Here's how you can participate in the program.
But they said at 5 o'clock, and
and
look, now what? It's almost 5:30.
for Republicans, 748-8920 for Democrats. Independent.
Hey, call in. I want to hear you're calling in, y'all.
And
I'll call
you
in
can
too.
send a text
Where's my
message
phone?
as well. If you can't get through on the phone lines, you still want to make a comment, please include your first name and your city if you would. But this is for
Alex,
text
there, you
messages
can-
only. 202
You can send him a message.
8903.
Send him something.
Now at the bottom of the screen,
Send him a
you
message.
can see our social media addresses to participate in the
That's why
conversation,
Trump's
to
such
continue
a-
the conversation.
Well, no,
to have your
don't
own
ask him that.
conversation. Well, Alex Gangitano of Politico, Greta talked about the Democrats. What
The Democrat.
has this ever been a civil speech in your memory? I
No.
mean, or a civil
no.
back and forth civil audience?
Well, there was
hell,
the
I've
famous
forgotten
"you
the number
lie" during
already.
the
Joe
Obama
Wilson,
years.
Obama,
That's right. So I think that actually set off the tone of there's going to be yells
That
coming
was one
from.
of the first times,
Right,
wasn't it?
and I remember at the time it was a huge deal. Now, if that happened, I think would be a little bit less of a deal, or maybe it would be one of several yells out. And so I think that set a new tone. And I think we'll see some defiance. It's interesting that Leader Jeffries said, why not silent defiance? They tried the signs last year, as Greta
Silent
said.
defiance.
Now we'll see some
that'll
female
work.
congresswomen, especially wearing white. We've seen that in previous years as well. But we'll also see some pins that say, I stand with Epstein survivors. They're really wanting to put that in the president's face of this is still something that's lingering over your presidency. And then other ways of kind of a protest or
Yeah, you bet it's
defiance
stink
is, as Greta
lingering.
mentioned, some of these guests, we're going to see
Stink.
Democrats bring guests that are small business owners impacted negatively by tariffs. Some Americans who have been negatively impacted
We
by
all been
healthcare
negatively
spikes of the
affected
Affordable Care
by
Act
all that.
premiums. And so we're going to see also people whose family members were taken by ICE during some of these latest raids. And so that's other ways that the Democrats will try to take
Trump
a
don't
stand
give a
tonight. But then we'll
damn
see
about
some
any
not
of that.
come. I'm sure they'll be posting on X of why they're not there, what they're doing instead. And I think that's
Trump
a new
care
thing
less.
of how much of an impact will that make, or will it be something that actually will negatively impact if they can actually have a voice in the chamber?
Well, two of the alternative events tonight are the People's State of the Union, that's being held on the National Mall. Senators Markey and Schiff are due to be at that event tonight. And then there's the State of the Swamp, and that's being held at the Press
State of the
Club.
Swamp, right
and
on.
I believe this is the State of the Swamp. You can see George Conway currently giving a video message
go.
to the crowd at the National Press Club. Senator Ron Wyden is due to be at that. Marissa Schultz,
Yeah,
how many
good.
people do you expect, how many Democrats do you expect not to attend tonight? Is there any guesstimate at this point?
Most
Dozens,
of-
dozens and dozens, I would say.
Dozens.
Good,
Because
good.
you
I'm
have these
glad.
two competing events that you mentioned, one
I'll laugh.
at the National Press Club, one at the National Mall. And then you have direction from Leader Jeffries to say, look, don't show up if you can't be on your best behavior. I'm summing that up, but that's essentially
I wouldn't be able
his
to show
message.
up.
He wants silent defiance. He wants people to see the Democrats as a credible opposition party.
the adults in the room, if you will.
Wow.
And so if there's going to be issues or rabble-rousers, he'd rather them out of the chamber than in the chamber. So that gives them the leeway to do these alternative events.
Alex and I were talking about Joe Wilson during the Obama administration. Do you agree that that was kind of the end of so-called decorum?
Yeah, I think every State of the Union in modern times, I feel like there's always some sort of incident. And to be honest with you, those are the incidents that we end up talking about. Like those are the headlines. We look for the drama. And essentially under President Trump, there's lots and lots of drama. He is this greatest showman, so he has a lot of theatrics built into his speech.
Greatest showman.
But then he has this interaction with the audience as
greatest
well.
Snake oil
famously,
salesman.
I think of Speaker Nancy Pelosi when he did his speech in 2020, and she stood up at the very end of his speech and she tore his speech apart. And I remember talking to her right after she exited the chamber, and she said, "Look, it's the respectful thing I could do because it was all lies."
Yep.
And so there's incidents under President Biden where you had
lies.
Lauren Boebert stand up and heckle him. You had incidents with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was wearing a pin about Laken Riley. This was the nursing student who died by the hands of an illegal immigrant.
And whose mother was just at the White House this week. Yeah.
Exactly. President Trump yesterday had
you notice how they emphasize about illegal immigrants?
All these families who suffered horrible
guy.
tragedies by the hands of illegal immigrants. So with Laken Riley, Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted President Trump to say her name in his speech. And he interacted with her, and he actually said her name. Unfortunately for him, he said the wrong name. He said Lincoln Riley. But nonetheless, it was a very live moment. And that sort of built into the chamber now. There's a lot more interaction between the president and the audience than perhaps in the past, but that's kind of what we're all looking for.
Well, we're going to get to your calls in just a minute.
We
but
can't
let's check in again
bring rotten
with Greta
vegetables
Bronner.
and eggs and stuff.
Peter, Brett Baer, Fox News, reporting earlier that the president at the White House telling him he will call for a new form of corporate and personal tax cuts in his speech tonight. No specifics
is that a fact?
on
Corporate
the
tax
details.
cuts again.
And then a little bit of color for you. Weijia Jiang, who is the CBS White House correspondent, Capitol History announcing that Speaker Johnson will become the first House Speaker in history to display George Washington's gavel during the President's State of the Union address, marking the 250th anniversary of America's founding. And
Trump ain't no
Rachel
George
Schilke
Washington.
Of the D.C.
And neither's
Examiner
Johnson.
says the gavel has been in the care of the oldest Masonic lodge in D.C. It was used in a 1793 ceremony to lay the Capitol cornerstone. So some history tonight as well. And then finally, we were talking about the president possibly calling out some members of Congress that he has been displeased with, how they voted, what they say about him.
You guys be
Interesting
displeased. So
tonight,
what?
this tidbit of reporting
And
from
cried
Kyle
his mama.
Stewart, who reports for NBC, and that is that Democrat Ro Khanna, potential 2028 presidential contender, and Republican Thomas Massie, they're going to sit together tonight during this State of the Union. Typically, you have Republicans on one side, Democrats on the other. The duo led the legislation that forced the Justice Department to turn over its Epstein files. Peter?
Alex Gangitano
Turn
of
them
Politico.
over.
You're the White House reporter, or one of the White House reporters for Politico. What kind of access do you have down there?
Yeah, well, we are there every day at our Politico desk at the White House and in all the briefings and go into the Oval Office with the president. So this president does bring in the White House press corps very often. We saw, especially at the beginning of his term, how accessible he was. It was almost once a day that the press was in the Oval Office and he was talking to them. We've seen that a little less so, and there's actually been a push from this White House to have him on the road more. We're going to see him hitting the road later this week when he goes out to Texas. And so there hasn't been as much of a back and forth with the press. That's often when you get a lot of what his policies, what his thinkings is out of him. So I think we'll learn some new things tonight that he hasn't yet previewed for us.
Good relationship with Carolyn Leavitt and her staff?
She is helpful in
Accessible?
briefings when you have questions. Yes, if you want to schedule an appointment. Her and Stephen can be accessible at times, but they are busy people as well. But it is nice that originally, there was maybe a briefing 3 times a week. We got one once a week or so, but you still have her in front of the cameras having to answer questions.
Marissa Schultz is also at the White House for the New York Post. Marissa, how would you judge the president's political acumen advice that he gets?
Meaning from his colleagues or from his...
From his staff.
Well, I would say there's 2 schools of thought here. I think there's this school of thought of like, let Trump be Trump. That's what got him to where he is, and that's why he's the president of the United States. That's why he's been successful. And then there's this push to gently keep him on message. And I think the White House and perhaps his allies are most happy when he stays on message and does things, but also there's just his personality. And I think he's comfortable, batting around ideas with people. He's comfortable interacting with the press and also taking people on. So I think it would be strange to see him button up all the time as well too.
Well, let's hear from our viewers. You've been very patient. Again, we'll put up the numbers so you can see how to participate. We're going to begin, though, with William in New York City. William, please go ahead with your question or comment about tonight's State of the Union.
Yeah, well, I got a good question about national debt. With the national debt now being at historic levels, I'm curious about what specific spending reductions that the administration supports to kind of ensure that long-term fiscal sustainability. That's just one of the things I'm kind of hoping to have addressed tonight.
Thank you, sir. Marissa Schultz, have you heard anything about that?
No, I feel like the debt is one of those things that have just sort of gone away.
It used to be a big deal for us, didn't it? We used to talk a lot about that.
So the trouble is that fiscal conservatives want less spending, but with the reconciliation plan that was passed by Congress and with any potential future reconciliation plans, that tends to drive up spending, drives up the debt. What's bad in this scenario for President Trump is that the tariffs were sort of his way to address the debt.
He blew it with that one.
He brought in already $175 billion
of our money
from the tariffs, and now it's sort of a big question mark how that money is going to be repurposed. Does it go back to the companies that paid it? So his way of addressing the debt and deficit was essentially tariffs and then job growth, GDP growth, and at least one aspect of that equation is a little up in the air right now.
Could there be a call-out, a crazy call-out to Justices Alito, Thomas, and Kavanaugh for their votes on the tariff?
For their support. I would not be surprised at all, especially Kavanaugh is one of the justices that he got into the position that he's in. Meanwhile, Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett voted against his tariffs. And so I think he'll be very happy to call out Kavanaugh there.
Were either of you at his press conference when he went to the press briefing room after that decision? Were you in the press room?
Do I just hear a smack of partisanship in here?
Really, really angry.
I think angry sums it up well. This, as Marissa mentioned, was his answer to the debt. It was his answer to how to negotiate with other foreign leaders. The tariffs were something he leaned on.
Well, I better go take care of my dog's minute before this show gets on the road since it's taking so long. I'll be back in a few minutes.
We're going to bring in money this way, or it helps me get leverage with other countries in other ways as well. And so now without that, he's in this position that all of his plans are taking this kind of having to diverge, or he'll have to figure out another way around it. And we do know that they're looking at other ways to get tariffs down. He has a matter of some 150 days that he can implement tariffs on countries through Section 122. That will then expire. They'll have to have another way. So they are, I think, all hands on deck trying to figure out how do we fix this situation.
Tom's in Sicklerville, New Jersey, Democrats line. Tom, good evening to you.
Good evening. I love your show. I've been a Democrat, listed as a Democrat, but I really haven't voted that way because of the way everything is going. I think it's a disgrace that the State of the Union, both parties should be there. And, I remember when Trump said something about he could cure cancer, and the other side wouldn't clap or anything like that. So I think it's just a disgrace. We need to get back to, looking at each other, looking out for each other. And the only way to do that is by talking and listening and being able to do that. And that's what I think should happen. And I really would love term limits on Congress and the Senate. You know, we have it with the president. Why can't we have it with you know, our Senate and Congress?
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Let's hear from Cameron in Columbus, Ohio. Hi, Cameron.
Hi, guys. Good evening. Bit of a comic question here. So I saw, around 50 senators and House members are going to sit out tonight. And we just kind of touched on this, but I saw among those names Chris Murphy, Ruben Gallego, AOC, right? And you know, to be honest with you guys, I think it's a bit performative, a bit theater. And I understand why they're protesting, don't get me wrong, but I think they should be there. And my question here is, do you think this is, you know, a little bit of a potential stand strong on Runman 28, making a point, proving a point, making a moment? Thanks, guys.
Let's start with Marissa Schultz. Let's hear from Alex Gangitano.
And the question was?
I think his question was political. You know, he was looking ahead to the political, whether or not he was indicating that he thinks, is President Trump going to try again in 28 or whatever. But let's take this, let's not conjecture on that. Let's talk about the midterms. How important is this speech to the midterms?
Very important. So tens of millions of people are going to be watching tonight, and this essentially sets the stage. And as the callers suggested, there is a lot of theater to this. I mean, it's sort of baked in. This is a high-stakes event, lots of cameras, lots of chances for viral moments. So people are going to be looking to tonight to sort of kick off their 2026 or in some cases 2028 messaging on how they would approach things. And just going back to what the previous caller suggested about division, it made me think of a moment last year when President Trump had as his guest this young man up in the audience who was this cancer survivor. And he was 13 years old, a kid by the name of DJ Daniel. And President Trump said this kid just wanted to be a police officer. He wanted to be a police officer his entire life. He beat cancer, and so in this sort of nice gesture, he was going to make him an honorary Secret Service agent for the day. And they had this live ceremony, very theatric, very much like Greatest Showman moment, but nonetheless, it was super touching. And most of the crowd was really into it, except for a certain side of the aisle. And as a result of that, then a lot of Republicans said, look at these Democrats, they can't even stand for a cancer survivor. And it became this big viral political message that I think is sort of common these days and shows the divided nature of this speech and this country.
Well, we've got joining us now an actual speechwriter, Don Baer, who is the White House Communications Director during the Clinton administration. Mr. Baer, let's start there. Is there a tendency in these speeches to pump up the performative?
Peter, thank you. It's great to be here with you. And the simple answer is yes, of course. But we shouldn't lose sight of this. These are very substantive statements. And there's a tremendous amount of consideration and intention that has gone into selecting what the president is going to talk about tonight. And in fact, they've been working on this probably almost 6 months. And so, sure, performance matters. This is a big national stage. And with this president, we know that performance matters perhaps more than it has for any of his predecessors. But that said, there's going to be a great deal of substantive conversation tonight as well, and we really should focus on that.
Well, Mr. Baer, you talked about 6 months. What was your process in the Clinton administration? How many drafts?
Oh, God, I can't even begin to tell you how many drafts. And with President Clinton, he was famous for redrafting sometimes on his way to the Capitol. I have a photo that someone gave me because they're always taking photos of the president, and he's in the back seat of the limousine with his pen out with his left hand, crossing through words and writing in new words on his way to the Capitol. But the process would begin back in the early fall, typically, and I'm sure this is still true, the collection in and the development of the policy positions. And really what the sort of core and substance of these speeches is going to be. And then there's a lot of shaping, because at the end of the day, the hope is that it holds together as a document that has some coherence to it. And you're also looking for rhetorical moments, and as you point out, these performance moments, all of which need to be stitched into this and woven together. With most presidents, there's rehearsal for the speech, usually more than one opportunity to do it in front of a small select audience, usually of staffers, and going through and making sure that the right words are being selected, and actually the intention that the president wants to convey is actually being communicated properly. So what lies behind all of this that you're going to see tonight is a tremendous amount of work, a lot of legs moving below the surface here.
Don Baer, aren't there competing interests in the White House as to what gets in the speech, and maybe the last person who saw it or handed it to the president may have a little bit more play in the speech?
I have no idea what you're talking about. For sure, not just within the White House, but across the entire administration. And typically, most presidents have their outside advisors too, but whether they are their political advisors, their consultants and the like, but also their friends, people that they have relied upon for years for their judgment. And almost always, all of these different voices are converging. What's most fascinating, though, about this process is, notwithstanding however many other voices, points of view are sort of being funneled in, at the end of the day, it's the president who decides what he is going to say. And that was certainly true with President Clinton. And we know that's true with President Trump, who is sometimes, it seems, deciding what he's going to say as he's there on the podium. But there are times where someone is trying to sort of pull the president aside or get his ear very close to the delivery time to see to it that a particular point of view is being expressed.
Mr. Baer, wasn't there 1 year where the teleprompter went down on President Clinton?
Yes, I'm glad.
Where were you then?
I'm glad.
Where were you at that moment?
Well, in fact, at that moment, I was a journalist at U.S. News and World Report. I'm very happy to say that was just before I came to the White House. That wasn't the State of the Union. That was President Clinton's joint address to Congress when he introduced his health care reform legislation, and it was in the fall of 1993. The teleprompter didn't go down. What happened was the wrong speech was put into the teleprompter. There had been so many drafts of that speech, and then when they put it into the teleprompter, which is typically behind the stage where the president is speaking, a previous version of the speech popped up. President Clinton, knew the speech that had been finished so well. I think he was able to deliver the first 8 pages from memory. Meanwhile, the teleprompter operators with the staff were moving very quickly to bring the speech that was in front of him on the screens up. Now, I could do a whole book, if you want, on teleprompter experiences throughout the course of the time I worked for the president. We won't go there tonight. There was a time, I do remember, in the 1996 Democratic Convention in Chicago, when President Clinton was renominated for election. 2 of the side prompters went down, and he then had to focus just on the one straight ahead of him. So there are always some gut check moments when it comes to the teleprompters.
Hey, Don, Marissa Schultz of the New York Post is here with me on the set.
Hi.
She has a question for you as well.
Great.
Hi, thanks. I was just curious about how you judge a successful speech, especially from the speech writing point of view. Once it's finished, how do you know whether the president has nailed it or not?
If people say boo, he
that's
failed.
A great
if
question.
they say yay, he won.
I would tell you, when it's finished immediately, you don't know. You actually don't. I'll give you an experience that I had. The first State of the Union that I was partially responsible for the president was 1995. That was the first full year that I had been his chief speechwriter then. And it was, at the time, the longest State of the Union in history, something like 89.5 minutes long. The president went long. He went off script. We went back to the White House, and there was a little reception. And we're all standing around. And, of course, I was completely dazed, and it had been working nonstop for weeks. And the early polling came in. They did some dial testing, as they called it. It was a form of polling. And I was told that it was really bad. So I was standing there trying to kind of collect myself. Fortunately, about 90 seconds later, the same person who told me how bad it was came and said they were wrong. It was a huge hit.
Yeah.
People loved it. And here's something interesting. Even as we talk about tonight, as President Trump will probably talk for a long time, audiences tend to grow for these things over time. It's fascinating to me because and it's less true today than it was back in my day, but it's still true. This is one of the few occasions every year where the country gets to commune with the one person who is elected to be the leader of the entire country, other than the vice president. And believe it or not, and I think it's still true even in this day and time, despite the fact that so much has changed in our political context, I actually think that the country does want to hear from the president. And so you know it's a success, certainly what happens with polling, and there'll be no end of that once we're done. But some of this rolls out over time. So you were talking about this as kind of in connection to the midterm elections. This, in many respects, for purposes of the national part of the midterm election campaign, this is the kickoff. And there's going to be a lot of resonance of what is said tonight and what their responses will be that are going to flow. You all know this as political reporters throughout the course of the rest of the year. So we'll have to be watching whether it's a success or not as the year unfolds.
Don Baer, former White House communications director for President Clinton and a former speechwriter for the president. We very much appreciate your behind-the-scenes look at the State of the Union.
Thanks, Peter.
Thanks a lot,
Well,
bud.
now we're going over to Arlington, Virginia, to two old C-SPAN friends who have been on this at this set for the past 30 years. On your left there is Chris Cillizza and Chuck Todd, former host of Meet the Press. Gentlemen, what are you up to tonight?
Well, I describe it as Mystery Science Theater 3000 meets the Manning cast. We're going to watch the State of the Union and be able to comment during the State of the Union as we're watching it. We know that there are people that just want to digest the speech. They're going to be watching you, Peter. They're going to be watching C-SPAN. If they want to watch with us, this is sort of, rather than writing our notes, we'll be writing out loud, if you will. Sort of taking notes as we go. That's interesting. Oh, that's it. Oh, need to fact check that. Little things like that, sort of all the ways I know the way I'm going to watch this, all the ways I used to write down, I guess get to utter out loud. So watch out.
Yeah, it's like a televised version of yelling at your television, but hopefully more
right
mannerly.
Now.
You know, Chuck and I have done a bunch of stuff in space like this together, separately, and the great thing is that I remember a year ago I was trying to do something like this. I don't know if you know this. A year ago I was trying to do something like this, and I basically had the C-SPAN feed, and I would turn it down manually and then just talk over it and then turn it back up. It was very Wayne's World, Peter. Very, that's
the way I do it.
And so this is with YouTube, with C-SPAN, in partnership with them. So you're going to be able, Chuck's right, if you just want to watch the speech, watch it on C-SPAN. But if you want to watch the speech with some commentary, some analysis, hopefully a little bit of humor, we're going to be doing that. I'm super excited.
Yeah. Just like me,
Chris,
they're pretty good, so watch them.
A feed. C-SPAN is providing a feed.
Whatever is your
to
pleasure.
Y'all, and you will be commenting throughout, correct? And this is called a watch with. And
yes,
watch with
YouTube.
The
totally,
Xenoyer,
it is exactly
the
what
Destroyer.
it sounds like, Peter, which is you're going to watch the State of the Union, and I would note,
and make snide
we'll
comments.
go on live around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, so you'll also watch
comments.
it's not the red carpet. I don't know. When everybody's coming in, there's the cabinet.
Oh, please, the current occupant. We would love if we would call this the red carpet.
He would love.
Can I have that truck that's back there on the shelf?
Other than I'm not sure what everybody's wearing.
Yeah, I know. We don't know. We're not great on fashion. Yeah. But yes,
you
can watch the entire speech. And Chuck and I are not going to talk. I know people think, they'll just talk the whole time. We're not going to talk the whole time, but I do think we do want to. Chuck said Mystery Science Theater 3000, if you're familiar with it, meets the Manning cast, which is
I'll just say stuff when it needs to be said, like right now. I need to say
YouTube
that.
has done for some sporting events before. this is something they're doing on the political front with you guys at C-SPAN, and we got lucky that they asked us.
And we've been doing this stuff on some election nights. Not to say that we're trying to compete on election nights. So
Yeah,
we've been
you are.
having a lot of
Just
fun and a lot of
admit it,
success
bro.
doing this.
Come on.
Hey, Chuck,
sort of pirate radio here.
who can find you guys? Where can you find you guys?
YouTube.
Just go on YouTube.
There you
We're
go.
going to be on
Told you.
Chris's channel.
Yep, my
So
channel, youtube.com/Chris
Yeah.
Cillizza. You can also just search it, and I believe it's definitely on my social media.
Yeah, and if you go on my social medias, I've got it pinned up top where the links are. And again, we'll be going live at 8:30 Eastern.
And hey, Peter, we're depending on our
8:30.
guy Jeremy Art, king of C-SPAN social media, to put it on the C-SPAN.
But they're not going to have
channels,
this for
too.
another half hour.
I assume I get some
Come
kind of
on.
royalties for mentioning Jeremy on the air.
Well, on YouTube, on our C-SPAN channels, you will get us here on C-SPAN. You will get the sights and sounds on C-SPAN 2. No commentary, no conversation. And then we want to make sure that if people are interested in having maybe a little looser time.
Yeah,
they
like
can
right
go
here,
to
see, I'm
Showtime.
real
Visit
loose.
with-
Understand?
We didn't even bring ties.
I'm loose as a goose.
Hey, I've got Alex Gantitano of Politico here on the set, and she has a question for you gentlemen.
What?
Chris and Chuck. Two questions for you, actually. I was just thinking of another one. One, best State of the Union moment that you've experienced as journalists. And
The
second,
end of
where
it.
does the president's State of the Union of a midterm year rank in terms of the 4 addresses he
It's
gets
very
to give
ranked.
in a term in terms of
It's
excitedness?
so rank, it
We were
stank.
just talking about this vis-a-vis Trump. And I'll answer the first one.
I would say, look, in a first term, when there's going to be a reelect, it's that 4th State of the Union, right?
Mhm.
Well, technically the 3rd, since the very first one is not an official State of the
Right.
Union. It's the whole address to the joint session.
It's a state of the
In
state.
the second term, I think this is the biggest one. It is the midterm one.
Yeah, the
it's
one he
really the
loses.
last chance the president has to make a
be a
case. And I say the president, meaning
loser.
this is not this president. This is all presidents when you're in this point in your second term. Of making your case before the public starts to look towards the future.
Yeah, we all been looking.
So this is, I think, the last time where the referendum, this election's going to be the referendum on you, good or bad. So this is a huge moment to sort of reset, if you think you need to reset. I think you look at the polling right now, this is a White House that I think needs to reset, so
Hey,
we'll hear how
Obama,
he
just
does
stop
that.
that, girl.
Or
You
it's a
better
chance
quit
to
it.
sort of, to sort of
Had
slow
to
things down or
correct
advance an
my
agenda. So
animal.
that's why I have
That'd be good.
genuine mystery about
I'll have
this,
to
not on
beat
the
you
general
up.
topics he's going to talk about.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
we all know this.
All right.
There's what
You're
the
all
White
right.
House staff wants him to
You're a
focus
good
on.
little
And then there's
animal.
what
Don't
he
worry
is
about
going
it
to want to
there.
focus on. How
You're
much
all
is Iran
right.
at the top front of his mind versus other issues, right?
Yeah.
How much is the tariff? That is, to me, what genuinely makes the State of the Union, which is normally such a planned event, right? With any other president, you know
need to plan
exactly,
it a little
even the
earlier.
laundry just of proposals we'd already know by now. Not with this guy. And it really does make doing extra. He's so far might be one of the few presidents where you're like, yeah, maybe there are a variety of ways you should try to consume a State of the Union with him, because it isn't a more
Yeah, with
unusual
bourbon.
event with him than it is with other ones.
Or
And then
vodka.
I'll just pick up on Chuck, sort of the he said, the last one, the last State of the Union of a first term or the midterm. The one I sort of remember as consequential was Bill Clinton 96, right? He was in a
that
not
little
super
animal, she's over
dissimilar
here
position
trying
to
to
Trump.
get attention.
He wasn't super popular. Everybody
little
remembers he
booger
rolls
nuts.
over Dole in 96,
There
but
you
in
go.
January of 1996, and that's the speech very famously where he declares the era of big government is over. There's all this outreach to Republicans, and he winds up putting away Bob Dole very early in that race. I think that kind of was like a framework.
I think he framed the New Hampshire primary, if I'm not mistaken. But
Hey, you
look,
better back up,
US is the
animal.
most
Now
memorable
you
State of
gonna
the
get
Union.
on my nerve, and
It's
then
the-
I'll have
it-
to
it-
get all nervy.
I know it's not I don't think it was a State of the Union. I believe it was a joint session speech. But either way, it's
Joint
the split
session.
screen
I got it
with
right
OJ.
here. The joint part of the
Oh
session.
my God!
We had an
94.
OJ trial and a State of the
94.
See,
Union.
Chuck is so much older than me.
yeah.
He
You know
remembers-
what?
Yeah, you tell.
Believe
Way,
it or
way
not,
older.
you two talked a lot, and we are out of time.
Hey,
wow.
out of
Like,
time.
you got the
Woo-hoo.
important
Chris
Yeah.
That
Cillizza
OJ one is
and
fascinating.
Chuck Todd, they've been
Yeah.
on this network for 25 years.
You're all
It's
right,
good
Chuck,
to see
but
you,
go.
See if
gentlemen.
we can get to
Thank
26.
you. YouTube, Watch
my friend.
with Chris Cillizza and Chuck Todd. That's how you can find that. So good luck tonight. We
Or
look
you can
forward to
stay here
hearing
with
the
Xenoyer.
results.
Thanks, Peter.
Greg
Or you can
Warner,
go there.
What do you got for us?
All right,
It's almost 8 o'clock.
Time yet? Come on.
I want to go back to what Marissa was talking about at the beginning of tonight's coverage, and that tonight's speech is about Team USA.
One they're late
that's
for
literal.
an hour.
Take a look at this picture and this video from the White House. This is the Team USA men's hockey team, gold-winning hockey team, arriving in Washington. The men's hockey team greeted uniformed soldiers and fans at Dulles International Airport earlier today. The group arrived from Miami on Air Force Two, the plane used by Vice President J.D. Vance, taking photographs before boarding buses to meet President Trump at the White House. And this is the picture that the White House sent out. Champions in the house, and you can see there
Yay for the soccer players, that's
from
all.
Team USA lined up. And this is the moment at the White House when the winner for the team, Matthew Tkachuk, hands the president his gold medal. Let's listen in.
You gave it to him?
Yeah, I'll put it on you. Absolutely. I'm not giving it back. I'm not giving it. I'll trade you that for a pen. Hey, that's cool. There we go. I never thought I'd ever have this on my.
Let's give it back. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't give it back.
President Trump at the White House today with the men's hockey team. USA Today reporting that an invitation did go out to the women's hockey team, also winning gold. They declined the invitation to the State of the Union. Peter?
That says a lot about Trump. I'm not giving it back.
Coast, and good evening to you. The State of the Union speech begins in 1 hour.
In
we
1
are
hour?
live from the nation's capital tonight. We're live from Capitol Hill. We're live from the White House. The President and Mrs. Trump will be leaving the White House shortly for the 16-block drive down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol building. President Trump will be delivering his first State of the Union address in his second term. This will be his sixth
Eastern
address
time.
to a joint session of Congress during his times in office. Now, his speech comes as lawmakers remain at an impasse on the funding of the Department of Homeland Security, some of the other political issues in the background tonight, the debate and uncertainty over tariffs, the ongoing fallout over the Jeffrey Epstein investigations, the public dissatisfaction with the economy, and, of course, major tensions in the Middle East. Now, the speech begins in 1 hour. And
1 hour. So, you know what? We're going to play music for an hour because I don't want to listen a whole hour. All right. So, let me put this image right here on there. And now, prepare for an hour worth of some of the most kick-ass music that you ever heard in your whole life. And be ready, because whenever it starts, then we will start it up. Let's see. We'll start off here with one of my newest songs called Every Time It's Lies. Then we'll get, well, you know what? They're showing some thing over there. Tell you what I do. I'm keeping the sound off though, because it's kind of boring, right? It's music.
Lies, stop your damn lies.
Lies, damn lies. Trying to break my memory.
Trying to break my mind. I know I saw it, I heard it too. Lies on TV, said it's all untrue. My head spins like a top undo. Oh, my breath to my face turns blue.
So I gotta get bashed in the head. Saw a lady get shot down dead. Turned on the news, what did they say?
They brought it on themselves.
It's the price to pay.
Every time it's lies.
Stop your damn lies.
It's the world turned upside down.
Front eye bunch, greedy clowns.
Sometimes the clowns are you and me with blinders on.
It's hard to see. Lies.
Lies, lies.
Every time it's lies. Lies.
Lies, lies.
Damn lies. Trying to crack my reality.
than what ought to be.
But that'll never work. I can't get close to them. In shadows they lurk. I don't really wanna touch them. Don't wanna get germs on my finger. Only whisper pops in that ear. Plant good seeds that linger.
Every time it's lies. You damn lies.
Every time it's lies.
I do despise.
Every time it's lies.
In your face.
It's a damn disgrace.
Everybody's angry, up in arms, marching and shouting, millions in alarm.
The dream of their parents gone up in smoke. While greedy slobs get fat laughing at the joke. They're mad about the killing, sick and tired of chilling. When people are getting shot down in the street. Nevermore. Yeah.
Fed up crowds fill the streets, voices collide, feel the heat. Promises sit smooth as honey, nothing but lies told for money. Our parents marched back in the 60s, peace and love against government bullies. Liberty taken with the man on the ground while hope dies slowly, a painful sound.
Don't give me your tired, don't give me your poor, your huddled masses, come nevermore.
The wretched refuse of your team and shore.
Send these the homeless to me.
Nevermore.
Where is the promise? Where is the flame? Who guards the dream? Nothing is the same. Hopes for the light fade. Statues crack from age. Empires die of decay.
I dash my lamb beside the golden door.
Land of the free. Nevermore.
Yeah. Okay. Chains on your ankles. Chains on your wrists. Troubles put upon you. You raise your mighty fist. Sailing to the future on a ship made of rocks. Did they forget the founders? Their words they have forgot. 50-50 on the line. A balance on the board. No more pirates at the throat. No more living by the sword. We're reclaiming the inheritance. We're building a steel hall with the thriving wage to guide us. It's all for one and one for all. Our ship of rock is filled with holes. Pirates fighting left and right. Patching holes ain't fast enough when the deck has a pirate fight. The deck is slick with vanity. The hull is paper thin. We're arguing about the captain while the ocean's rushing in. But if the wood is hollow and the charts are torn in two, the only way to save the ship is to build the ship anew. 50-50 on the line, a balance on the board. Raise that fist of iron, raise a justice sword. We're steering through a hurricane. With the ship around, it's all in vain. Grab the rudder with a steady hand. Let's we are dashed upon the land. Ship anew, old ship rock won't do. Build the ship of steel. Build new ship for.
Bang, bang. I shut them down. Bang, bang. Shut them to the ground. Bang, bang. I shut them down. Ice. Shut our people down. She drove there that day to say I'd go away. With her life she paid when I shut her down. Bang, bang, I shut her down. Bang, bang, shut her to the ground. Bang, bang, I shut her down. Shut our people down.
He didn't look away when I grabbed her anyway. Camera in
Then Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl steers 57.6% to 42.2%.
For this, now we raise our fist. We're red, white, and blue. Ice murders will not do. Bang, bang. I shot them down. Blood spilled on the ground.
ice.
Better not get us wrong. We don't play when we sing this song. We know the difference between right and wrong. Won't let ice keep shooting us down. I shot more people down. More blood on the ground. I shot enough people down. Shot our people down.
Shot our people down.
Let me see your papers. You got any ID? Give me your papers. It does no good to see. Go about my day. Here come the heat. Let me see your papers. I yelled on the street. I was born and raised here. My eyes and skin are brown. Let me see your papers. Throw me on the ground. Let me see your papers. Where were you born? Give me your papers. Or your flesh be torn. I don't wanna go nowhere. Not with things like this. Let me see your papers. It's just the latest twist.
I say I don't answer to anyone like you. I don't answer people who act like apes from the zoo.
Let me see your papers. You got any ID? Give me your papers.
Oh, we make you bleed. Dressed like soldiers, cosplay border. All in a group, alone they are proof. We are in the thousands, standing strong and true. We will not let them bully us, people who act like
Papers. Get out of the car.
give me your papers. Shoot you where you are.
The president is causing trouble. His followers head in a bubble. He wants the Insurrection Act. He'll be sorry, that's a fact. Let me see your papers. You got any ID? Give me your papers. Or we make you bleed. Pow! Pow! Pow, pow, pow!
find out. Loudmouth blowhard got exposed. Close your mouth, save your pride. If you F-A-F-O, it could be your hide. It isn't an attack when I'm speaking the truth. You provided the drama, I provided the proof. You thought you were the boss of the public grass. Now you're walking away, dragging your ass. F-A-F-O, get embarrassed from head to toe. Shut your mouths and then just go. If you F-A-F-O,
It could be your high.
Where did it go?
I don't know.
The times I used to know.
They were here a minute ago.
The people I knew, the people I loved. Time don't renew. They have peace above. I sit and thinking about them, about the times we had, and the love within us all. Where did it go? I don't know. The times I used to know. They were here a minute ago. It's like it's washed away. Never here to stay. Never. We make do as best we can. Oh yeah. People I knew, people I love. Turn don't renew. They have peace above. We make do as best we can, running here and there. It's crazy. All across the land. people I knew, the people I love, turn around, they have peace above. Timeless with hope to love again. Counting cracks, counting threads of the freight curtain over there. Tick-tock clock, ticking-tock around the block. Mockingbird, birdie marks the clock. I feel it now. Go get me a fresh towel. I could go on like this for miles because I lay away my pride. I wind up wet towel, then sling it go. Pow, 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 while the waltz is played out on the floor. Listen up while I go up, Chuck. Not little pieces, big throw up. Because I ate your dinner last night. Cold revenge with a plastic spork. Microwave girls laughing like a dork. Still chewing words I couldn't find. You said, wow, you've got some nerve. Yeah, I got a lot of purge. Spew I did all over kitchen floor. I feel it now. Go get me a fresh towel. I could go on like this for miles because I lay away my shame. Folded neat, sliding underneath, next to things you'll never see. Peanut head, you are such a peanut head. Echo bouncing in my head. Like marbles in a jar. Every time they are shook, I'm not him. Take another look. All the marbles they got lost. I heard you say, why does he sing this way? I say, when you say that, what way? Are you talking straight or sideways? Chewing words like a cow chews cud.
United States Senate.
when I go here, when I go crazy, pulling out my time, the end. Sorrow to your friend. I see the path calling. It's made of spikes and glitter. Every step I take turns joy to pain that lives. So I rise, I fall, I break, I spin, searching for something that's never been. What am I waiting for? What am I trying to gain? Another night of misery, another day in wake up in the morning and rub my eyes. Look at the clock. 2 a.m. long before sunrise. What's for breakfast? Put on the coffee the very first thing. Do it before I drain my ding-a-ling. TV on all night with some old sitcom show. Oh, strong coffee table, stub my toe. Every morning it's the same old thing. Hot coffee, cold pizza, drain my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling. Make me run. Prostate squeezing ain't no fun. It's cold outside, I'm staying in here. Hangover pounding. Too much beer. City noise always keeps me awake every restless night. For goodness sake. I shuffle to the fridge for cold pizza pie. Turn on the light and blind my eye. Every morning it's the same old scene. Long standing while I drain my ding-a-ling. pizza, drink my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Make me run, prostate squeezing, ain't no fun. Slipped on my dog, spilled my cup of joe. The old dog kept wondering where did it go. Neighbors all sleeping, so I got to know. Skunk out there stank when the cold wind blows. Cold pizza pie and stuffed toe pain. The morning is messy with my foggy brain. Sit in the armchair with my coffee cup. A ridiculous king, hope I don't throw up. Every morning it's the same old thing. Hot coffee, cold pizza, drink my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Make me run, prostate squeezing, ain't no fun, fun, fun. Papa said I am what I am. From a cartoon guy, that's where he stands. I am me and you are you. They can try to change us, the change we undo. We're the echoes of tribes. If you listen, you feel the vibes.
Picks and gauze with stories untied. We shake off the mist they tried to hide. They gave us new names, called us the color. But truth still beats my sister, my brother.
We're the echoes of tribes. If you listen, you'll feel the vibes. Oh yeah. Feel the tribes, don't wear guilt, just the urge to see how empire rewrote you and me. They built their towers on bones and blood, but truth keeps rising, a righteous flood. Papa said I am what I am. From a cartoon guy, that's where he stands.
I am me and I'm not you. I won't try to change us to the old change we'll undo together.
So laugh, my friend.
Shame in the system made it linger. We don't beg for mercy, we'll grow our own strength.
Now listen. Now listen. I look at the kids, hunger in their eyes. Open the fridge, nothing but flies. The pain hits hard.
The United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
And we are live. The speech and the president should be entering in about 8-10 minutes or so. The dean of the Diplomatic Corps, by the way, is Percy Kayota. He is the ambassador of Palau, and he has been in office since 1997. The dean is the longest-serving ambassador in Washington. It's an honorary title, but then many ambassadors will attend this. In just a minute, you'll hear the Supreme Court announced. They are next up. So this should be interesting to see which of the 9 come in. Who do you think will be there?
I definitely think Kavanaugh.
Brothers and sisters, let me tell you what time it is. The dangerous game is over, and now we are living in the fallout. Donald J. Trump, he is the worst president these United States have ever known, and I'll go a step further. Possibly the worst leader this world has ever known. If leadership means compassion, if it means justice, if it means serving anyone besides your own greedy little self, then this man stands as the anti-leader, a destroyer of nations, a devourer of truth, a calculated, remorseless manipulator, and yes, I said it, a calculating psychopath. Now don't twist my words. This ain't some playground insult. This is the profile of a soul without remorse, a man without empathy, a man who plans his lies like a general plans a war. He don't stumble into chaos. He engineers it with deadly purpose. He don't make mistakes, he makes moves. Moves designed to crush trust, to poison unity, to twist good people into followers of fear. He always has a back plan, always has a hidden knife. He says the wild thing to make you look over there, while his other hand is stabbing you in the back. Let me take you back to the year 2017. Trump moves the United States Embassy to Jerusalem. Now, that might not sound like a big deal to some folks, but to the people of the Middle East, to the watchers of prophecy, to the architects of peace, it was like throwing a lit match into a powder keg. Presidents before him, Democrat and Republican alike, had the wisdom to wait, to negotiate, to think. But Trump, he wanted a round of applause from his Bible-thumping base and his billionaire Zionist donors. So he did it. He did it knowing it would provoke blood, knowing it would kill the last chance of a two-state solution. And what happened? The streets of Gaza erupted, dozens were gunned down, hope died, extremists were strong, and Iran, oh yes, Iran, tightened its grip. Fast forward a few years, Hamas launches a massacre. 1,200 Israeli civilians slaughtered in the name of revenge and resistance. And that blood, that fire, that horror traces its roots straight back to that embassy move, to an upside-down Bible, cause and effect. You sow chaos, you reap death. And what happens next? What does Trump do next? Israel attacks Iran out of boldness and fear. Trump bombs Iran, bypasses Congress, violates our laws. And now there is talk of nuclear weapons flowing into the hands of Iran just to stop us, because we look like the madmen now. This isn't a damn video game. This isn't meme culture, not a movie. This is real. This is fire falling from the sky. This is the blood of children flowing like a river in the streets. This is the beginning of a global breakdown. This is prophecy turned policy. This is the stuff of nightmares turned to reality. And we are sleepwalking into the abyss. We are crafting our own hell. Oh, but the game had its cheerleaders, didn't it? People like Joe Rogan and the Own the Libs crowd. They thought Trump was a joke, a rebel, a necessary evil. Well, now the joke's over, and the price tag is in blood. This man is not just running off at the mouth. He's running us off a cliff. He is testing loyalty. He is poking at the limits of law. He is seeing who will kneel and who will burn and who his enemies are. And if enough people bow to him, if enough people swallow the lie, then his lie becomes truth, his violence becomes law, and his rule becomes fate. This is not just a reckless leader. This is the work of a psychopath, and not the loud, foaming kind. No, this is the calculating kind, the kind that studies your weakness before they strike. That is the most dangerous kind there is. Look at what's already happened. A mob storms the Capitol, journalists hunted down, federal agencies turned into weapons, laws bent, courts twisted, rights violated, truth buried. And now, across the world, alliances shattered, peace deals demolished, extremist armies emboldened, and the mushroom cloud now whispers our name. So hear me, people. This is not about left versus right. It is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about whether we survive, about if we choose to die or choose to live. This is about whether we deserve to survive, about whether we are a dangerous child species. Trump is not a misunderstood populist. He is not a patriot. He is not even a clown. He is the walking profile of a calculating psychopath, a madman, a destroyer of worlds, and he is back in power. If you once laughed at him, I understand. If you once voted for him, I don't care anymore, because this is bigger than you or me. It's about us. But now the game is over. And if we do not stand together, we will fall separately into the fire he lit. Let us act. Let us wake. Let us unite, not as enemies, but as a people called to truth before the final trumpet sound.
A little bit of controversy. I see that they dropped the charges, though, against her husband.
Oh,
if you're interested, if you go to Politico and type in Labor Secretary, you can read the story. There were some charges filed against her husband, sexual harassment charges, but they have been dropped.
if we end Social Security. You think it's just a policy? Think again. Ending Social Security would trigger 20 degrees of suffering. And it won't just hit the elderly.
Millions with no income, homelessness explodes, families forced to take in aging parents.
Small businesses go under. The stock market crashes. Crime rises, even from the desperate elderly. Honest people dying in the cold. Hospitals overwhelmed. Medicaid systems collapse. Generational poverty deepens. Retirement dies. Consumer confidence tanks. Life expectancy drops. Protests explode. Scam industries rise. The social contract breaks, and the world watches America cannibalize its own future. The price of ending Social Security is 20 degrees of suffering, and we're all on the list.
Let me tell you right off the bat, I hate Trump and think he's a rat.
Yo, tuned in to meet the press.
What a mess.
What a sham, Trump's mouth running wild.
Like he don't a damn.
Talking circles, spitting lies.
It's a national disgrace.
Acting like a king.
He's just a jackass in the race.
Trump's an old fart. Ain't got much time to live. Built a life of spite.
That's all he has to give. There was a time Trump was all the rage. After he's dead, people shit on his grave.
Fuck Trump! That's the song I sing. No respect for a man who wants to be king. We'll never let Trump rule us.
He won't be silent.
Calling out the tyrant.
Our voice stay defiant.
Man, let it go to his head. He can have one like the others after he is dead. Comparing him to tyrants, the idea is not absurd. History won't be kind. On his grave, they'll leave a turd. Trump's an old fart. Ain't got much time to live. Built a life of spite. That's all he has to give. There was a time Trump was all the rage. After he's dead, people shit on his grave. Fuck Trump! That's the song I sing. No respect for a man who wants to be king. We'll never let Trump rule us.
We don't be silent.
Calling out the tyrant.
Our voice stay defiant.
Use Trump's miserable life as an example. Don't be a hater on lives he tramples. Spend your time doing right and good, so people don't kick you out the neighborhood.
denial. I see it every Sunday down the church aisle, preaching love and peace, but their hearts so vile. Hypocrites smiling while they plot and beguile. Got a cross in one hand, pitchfork in the other, calling for the sword while they smite their brother. They talking about grace, but they lust for control, turning holy scriptures into chains for the soul, cherry picking verses to justify their hate. But when you call them out, man, they hyperventilate, saying do unto others, but they break that fast. Talking about forgiveness with a stone in their grasp, wanna rule with an iron fist, terrorize the rest. But if Jesus walked in, he'd put them to the test. Deflection and denial, deflection and denial. I see it every Sunday down the church aisle. To terrorize his enemies, he goes the extra mile. He ain't walking with the saints, he's just drunk on the style. Thumping on the Bible, it looks kinda tribal, like a voodoo dance.
Well, you know, I'll try to be all happy. I'm a little tired now after all this waiting. All right. I'll put the music back on here. Oh, boy. We're all asking for favors. I don't know why they're clapping and cheering. If he was leaving, maybe.
Trying to keep him on time. I'm gonna try a selfie.
I can have a selfie. Yeah. You know what? I'm sitting here so long, I'm done. Drank up all the soda pop. I'm gonna go get some more. I'll be right back.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels.
There he goes.
A wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
New slogan.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
Yeah, like never before. Like never. I'm glad he pauses. It gives me time to make a snide remark.
After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
Bull. That's bull. That can't be 0. Come on. You're not stupid, okay? You're not naive. Like
but
some
we will
people.
always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country
As long
and
as
will
they got
work
$1 million.
hard to maintain our country.
As long as they buy $1 million gold cards.
The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year.
Well, there. You know, their legs are going to get tired from all that up and down, up and down. I mean, that's worse than a Catholic
and last
mass.
year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years. 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born. Substantially before he was born. It's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago.
Wait.
The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country.
That's a lie.
But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
You got average, like, go look at the graph. It's like up and down, up and down. It's average. And you haven't even mentioned COVID.
Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
I doubt it. I looked that up last time he said it, and it wasn't true. He said the same thing last time I heard him talk about that.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year.
That's too bad all that $5,000 is eat up
and
by
low interest rates
inflation.
will solve the
Tariffs.
Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
Why can't he just say what good things he did without trashing
and we are
somebody?
going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
Oh, yeah, she knows. Warren knows better than that.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes.
Oh, shut up. What a big head he's got.
A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. The hottest.
The hottest. The hottest. Hottest. For the best structure, the whole earth.
Thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built. We have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
80 million barrels of oil. Yes, we do. Yeah, that's threatening.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to
$40 billion.
Drill, baby, drill.
He gave Venezuela $40 billion of our money. And he took all of our money, too, with those tariffs.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that.
And cheaper.
Any time in the history of our country,
Lower
more
wages.
working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
For low wages, Uber, DoorDash.
We ended DEI in America.
Boo. I like diversity and inclusion. What's so bad about that? What's so bad about diversity
We
and
cut a
inclusion?
record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
You mean they threw them off of food stamps? Lifted them off. Threw
And
them
for
off.
all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
Yeah. See, he always lies. So if he says it's strong, it's weak. You know it. I hope they get blisters on their hands from clapping too much.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country.
What an ass.
Until you came along, we're just always losing,
The
but now we're
W.C.
winning too
Fields
much.
routine.
And I say, no, no, no.
Oh,
You're
no,
going to win
no.
again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
He should have stayed in showbiz. It'd been much more entertaining and a lot less threatening. Yay for the hockey team. Did that one guy get his medal back?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, clap some more. They're good. Come on, yeah. Clap for another hour. I feel like I'm at a high school pep rally. Nothing against the hockey team.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up.
Oh, shut up.
But they beat a
Partisan.
fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Better that than Epstein Island.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
I don't blame them hockey players for soaking up the glory. But that's something they ain't never going to forget.
46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused
Why
to
is
answer
he holding
that
his
question.
neck like that? Trump's
But I
holding his
just
neck
want
weird.
to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to
Congressional Medal of
many
Honor?
athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
I don't know if that's appropriate. I have to look it up. Yeah. They deserve it, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, it's not like, I don't know. I have to study on that one.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best. And I thought he deserved it. And I did
He's
take a
always
vote,
lying
every
about
single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no. And every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special
vote no on that?
job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job.
I have to look
in
it
Los
up. I haven't
Angeles.
heard that yet. If he said it, I have to look it up to verify it.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in the first term.
I just verified it. It's
And I was
true what he said
disappointed
about the
because
Olympics.
I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself.
Did he do that or
But
somebody
we're getting
else?
the World Cup, so we
I
have
think
the World
somebody else
Cup
did
and the
it.
Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
That's exciting news, but he's not responsible for it. Don't let him take the credit.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great
Trump didn't
General
volunteer
Douglas
to
MacArthur.
defend America.
He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Well, you don't think he's a sucker or a loser? That's what Trump said, right? Look there. That guy's honorable. Right on. There he is. Oh, he don't look bad for 100 years old. He looks better than I do.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
He deserves it, but Trump did it
I'd like
to
to
him.
have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service.
Huh?
Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and
But
the
not
pursuit
Trump.
of happiness. And
Not
they're really
Trump.
doing it for the next generation.
Not true.
But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always
What a
our
bunch of
first and
bull.
ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts.
Isn't it him? He can't talk about any accomplishments without trashing somebody.
They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead.
Oh yeah, they didn't want it just to hurt
But we
the
held
people.
strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
Yeah, it's pig and poke. It's a pig with lipstick on it. Oink, oink.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
You can bet you're not hearing the full story.
Thank you, Megan.
Or it's a flowery story. But...
Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it.
Oh, you didn't name it.
I did not name that.
Liar. Oh, boy. I don't believe him.
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it.
I don't believe it,
A
bud.
tall man sitting
Can't believe
right there
you.
in the third row.
It's impossible for
Nice
me to
man,
believe
good
you.
man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6,250 million to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
That's not why they did it.
They're great people.
They did it to get the curry to favor of Trump for some reason. People don't give away that kind of money without expecting something in return.
When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing.
By the time
Over
they get 18,
100,000, could be much more
it ain't
than
going to be
that.
worth that much.
To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
No, they're not. Quit lying.
They were ripping us so badly. You all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it.
Oh,
and yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong.
Sure.
And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court.
Go.
It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country saving. It's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in. Peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time.
They're testing my patience.
They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
What a load of crap. These tariffs, we pay in the tariffs. So how much is the tariffs going to be to replace income tax? 150%? I hope the Supreme Court justices
factories,
are thinking
jobs,
about this.
investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America.
He was blowing smoke.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people
was president,
who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen.
They allowed it on purpose.
And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word.
Oh, here we go.
They just used it. Somebody gave it to them.
Who cares about it?
Knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem.
What a liar.
You caused that problem.
No, he didn't. I'm an American citizen that don't believe him. He's trying to convince me. I ain't convinced. That's the way he acts and talks.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it.
Oh, fuck you.
They knew their statements were a
French.
dirty,
I'm sorry.
rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
And the dollar value is going down, too. Hell, it costs twice as much for coffee
The price
now.
of eggs is down 60%.
I don't eat
Madam
eggs.
Secretary, thank you.
I don't eat a
The
lot
cost
of
of
eggs.
chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot.
Well, that's bold.
And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing costs of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the
Caused by
Unaffordable Care
you.
Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies
He
have
tries to
gotten
say
rich. It
something
was meant for the
complex.
insurance companies, not for the people.
Make it simple.
With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
Yeah, we'll see about that. And you're going to watch the people tearing that stuff up tomorrow. Stay tuned.
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big.
So what, they tell you how
And
much
I did that in my
sugar
first
you
term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close.
Always
They
says
were all
things 5
talk
times.
and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
Always remember, executive actions, it's not law.
So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but
fuck off,
strange
man.
things happen.
Hey,
I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website
Price
called
reduction of
TrumpRx.gov.
600%.
And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
They're going to pay you to take that medicine. Damn. I'm impressed. Trump RX, don't go to that.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility and they turn to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is homeownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
And raise wages. That's the best way they can protect Social Security is by raising the wages.
Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000.
401k is not Social Security.
We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
What he's doing right now is campaigning for the midterms. But I don't hardly believe anything he says. He's just lied too many times for me to believe him.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Partisan.
Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it.
Not a partisan.
Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
You said that already. He's trying to get to his closet for one thing. What a ham. Ham bone.
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed.
I'm deep.
But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse.
You there?
This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe.
He just hates Democrats. That's why he's saying those
started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Boo! Boo for Vance. He looks like tattoo.
We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking
like stopping
about.
the Russian war or the Ukraine war.
The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
Button, fuck guys.
Delilah.
Yeah, he said these cultures. He's saying the culture is bad. He's saying everybody over there is a bad person. I can't believe that.
Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk.
Wouldn't be able
she's
to
here
eat
this
again.
Evening with her dad, Marcus, a
He's like
fantastic
starved
man.
to death.
Delilah,
Wasn't able to
please,
eat again.
you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
See how Trump goes to demonize his two groups at once. How many drunk American truck drivers have killed people by driving drunk or driving too many hours? 5,000 truckers die every year.
Many of them, most illegal aliens, do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location.
I don't believe you.
That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
You can't get a commercial driver's license without knowing what the road signs are. I had one. I know. It's not easy to get one. That took a lot
And
of steps.
yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished
And Biden handed them the
the
knife.
brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
Nobody likes the way he's doing it. We saw the poll numbers earlier today. His poll numbers suck because people don't like his message. And also Epstein files. Don't forget that. I wonder if he'll even mention the Epstein files. That'd be interesting.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved,
They wanted it to happen.
but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance.
Yeah,
if they ever
why
got
not
elected,
purpose?
they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world.
They put up signs up
The
there,
only
"Hey,
thing
criminals,
standing
come over
between
here."
Americans and a wide
Liar,
open
what
border
an ass.
right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. He just talks so much bullcrap, it's hard to believe. All that
As
propaganda.
we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah,
It's all
good.
cut off.
I'm glad.
It's all cut off.
Good.
They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually.
Shut up.
Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice.
All
I'd
because
love to
of
give you
them.
a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money.
I stubbed my toe
Nobody's
this
getting
morning.
paid. It's
It
a
was
shame.
Democrats'
So you
fault.
have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there.
I burped.
One of the great
Democrats'
things
fault.
about the State of the Union
Sleepy.
is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Now they're going to say, look at those awful Democrats. They didn't stand up. Damn them all to heck. He's trying to demonize the Democrats any way he can because the midterm elections are coming up. It ain't working, bud. It's not working. We know you're nothing but a snake oil salesman. We know you're a freaking circus clown. P.T. Barnum. Sucker born every minute. That's Trump. Look at him. Acting all weird. All those Republicans too, they better watch out. They're going to be losing seats like crazy. This stunt ain't gonna work. So why are they clapping that long over that? See, it's a political stunt. They planned this all ahead of time, you know it. This is ridiculous. This is stupid. Oh, they're feeling powerful.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself, not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, tell her. Tell them. Well, she's going to be talking tomorrow about it this time. You watch. She'll have some fine words to say. I'll be ready to hear them. Well, here we go with the pep rally again.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Save America from Trump Act.
To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American
It's already the law
elections.
that they
Cheating
can't
is
vote
rampant in our elections. It's rampant.
Election.
It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
Trump's full
All
blown.
voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
It's against the law for aliens to vote.
Ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel.
No. No, we're not knowing ballots if we want to. That's states'
And this
rights.
should be an easy one. And by the way, it's
States'
polling at
rights.
89%, including Democrats. 89%.
You ain't polling that.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice
Not
guy.
communist,
Just said they want
communist.
people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card.
Yeah,
Yet
duh.
they want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good.
That's the way it is.
Both
bud.
Republicans and Democrats
They have a
overwhelmingly
form.
agree
I
on
can't remember
the
the name
policy
of
that
It's the
we
immigrant. It's a
just
form of value
enunciated.
citizenship. 'Cause
And
they don't wanna
Congress
hire illegals.
should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
No, I know what's that before anything happens. Nonpartisan Speaker of the House. First thing.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason.
Oh, what a lie.
They
He's a
make up all
cheater.
excuses. They say
Projection.
it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have.
Trump
They
wants
want
to
to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop
yeah,
it,
we'll
John.
see about that in the midterms, buddy. Trump's the biggest cheater of them all.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland.
Probably
a
a lot more
left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
That story is probably a lot more complicated than he makes it out to be. So they made her do that, whatever. I don't believe that. Behind her parents' back, too. Nah. They exaggerate like crazy.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this?
Yeah, who can
15
believe it?
years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him?
I'm
But now we
what's
have
wrong
to
with
say it
Trump.
because it's going on all over numerous states without
Not the
even
way he
telling the
says it.
parents.
Not telling
But
the
surely
parents.
we can
That's
all
bull
agree
crap.
no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would
Oh,
believe
that-
that we even talk
and
about
against
that?
the parents' will,
We
Spike.
must
I just
ban
don't
it,
believe in that.
and we must ban it immediately.
Against the parents' will, not that.
Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Listen to him. He shouldn't even be saying stuff like that. You can just let it go on its own.
Amazing.
But no, these people are
Boy,
crazy.
oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
Just stop it in the nick of time. Listen to him. That guy's in la-la land.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that movie's
Who
a
would've
dud.
believed that?
That movie's
Over the past
trash.
year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI
That movie's
legislation,
garbage.
advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
Oh, boy. I'm going to fall asleep here in a minute if they keep this up. That movie that Melania had, that is garbage. I heard that they were paying people to go into it just to make the ratings look like they might be a little bit up. It's still garbage.
I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years, and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God.
So what?
Tremendous renewal.
I'm a secular humanist. I don't even care about any of that stuff. They want to be a religion, okay, fine. But that's the halls of government. You don't mix religion and government.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with
in the speech.
My great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
There we go. Now, they shouldn't even bring religion up in there. Religion has nothing to do with it.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs.
Martyred.
His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Now, she's making a lot of money on that, too. Don't quote me, but go look it up.
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
They put that in there in 1958. Under God. No.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back.
I don't
and
love
it's
it.
coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see.
Actually, it's
Above
going
all,
down.
unleashing
Religion,
America's promise
people
requires
believing in
keeping our
religion,
communities
going
safe.
down.
We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again.
Give me a break.
We are honored to
Pro-crime.
be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zaretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people.
That's not Trump saying that.
on
That's
that train.
upsetting that lady. Look
No
at
one
her.
will ever forget the
He
expression
shouldn't
of
be putting
terror
it in
on
such graphic
Irina's
terms
face
like
as she
that.
looked up at her attacker in the last
Listen to
seconds of
that.
her life. She died instantly.
Listen to him.
She had
He
escaped
shouldn't
a
be- look at
brutal
her.
war only
He
to be
shouldn't be
slain
talking
by a
like
hardened
that.
criminal set free to kill
He's so
in
upset
America.
because of the
Came
way
in
he's
through open borders.
describing it.
Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
He should not have described that in such graphic terms. I put that lady in tears. That was no fair of him doing that. He could have said that without all the and stabbed her in the neck and viciously killed her. And last second he looked at. I mean, come on.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
The way he doesn't stand is because the last time whenever the Democrats had control, the Republicans wasn't standing. That's the way it goes. Partisanship.
Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen?
Didn't mention California. Didn't mention any of them that the judge has told you no. There's only places that...
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
Did he sit up now? No. He's going about an hour and a half.
They don't like to hear that.
Almost.
One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like her. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
I'm trying to stay awake.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much.
I get 2 applauses for each person.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Hey. Very good.
And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
Rubio the robot. I want to do the heart on the church thing. It's a play. Every one of them has done that.
People don't like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. That was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th, they were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
If Trump wouldn't repeat himself over and over again, his speeches would be a whole lot shorter. He takes up in 5 different ways.
And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000
Oh, it's a lot more than that.
soldiers are
38,000.
dying
38
a month.
on Russia's side.
A war which would have never happened if I were
38,000.
president. Would have never happened.
Wrong.
As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to
We're
America
going to do that in one day.
wherever we
What
must.
happened?
That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer.
We got boats out there too right now. SSCs. They'll be attacking that now for all we know.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and
people rise up
hung
against
them.
the government.
We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 4. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also...
I'm falling asleep over here.
We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels.
They killed a guy.
That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore.
Yeah. And
we've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January...
Mexico did that,
not us. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force than we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlawed dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, two machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House. And Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. 2 of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Job.
Thank you.
Very well done. We'll see you Friday, Mr. President.
Great job.
Oh, good. See you. Thank you.
Well done. God bless you.
Great job.
Mr. President, great job.
Thank you.
Excellent speech, Mr. President. I mean, excellent.
So
Thank you. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Thank you.
that's ever.
Mr. President. Thank you.
Where you going, man?
Mr. President. One of the best. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you for honoring those veterans. Luger.
Good.
I think you should take the rest of the day off.
I think we have to. We're going to have to. Thank you.
All right, guys.
You killed it.
Thank you, Virginia.
Best speech, Mr. President. It was amazing. It really was. Home run. Really a grand slam. America loves you, Loss. Thank you. It was amazing. America loves you.
Oh, look at this guy. I like that guy. I want that tie. Give me that tie.
Thank you.
Hey, take that footage on initial. Just an initial. Thank you, Bob. I like that tie.
Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. President, outstanding speech, sir.
Okay, folks, we're going to shut it down now. I think it's good enough. Congratulations for the evening. I hope everybody has a great evening. I'm going to go.
He fell asleep a couple times.
You did amazing. You really did.
Great speech.
You guys take care.
Thanks for your